Stuart to miss the times I write in right at the last minute, so I did this all for you. And I'm following this clock here. It's 8:58 in my book. So anyway, everybody, welcome to the regular meeting of the executive session and executive session. I forgot that there's an executive session of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors. We'll also be sitting as all special taxing districts, and this is the September the 9th, 2020 meeting at 9 a.m. Just in case, you know, if one of the board members was missing, I'm supposed to say that they can attend either in person or by telephone or remotely via electronic conferencing, which is not that difficult to understand with this COVID-19 situation. So the first thing in the item, the first item in the agenda is executive session, which I will move to the end of the meeting to give everybody a chance to participate, and we can always stay. So I'm going to move right on to the regular session item. The first item in the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. I'll ask Supervisor McLeod to lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor McLeod. And I think I don't know, after 22 years here, I shouldn't go back to the invocation part because we don't do an invocation. That was my former mayor task. And I think Supervisor Borchas may feel that he's missing something, and that's probably what we're missing. So we're going to go on with the item that is next in the agenda, which is call to the public. Call to the public is held for the public benefit to allow individuals to address issues within the board's jurisdiction. Board members may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to Arizona revised statutes, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or scheduling the matter for further discussion and a decision at a future date. Anyone who's concerned about COVID-19 and does not want to be put into an open setting can submit an email, a call to the public statement at publiccomment@yumacountyaz.gov. These email forms of public comment will be accepted until 8 a.m. in the morning of the meeting. All public comments will be read out loud during the Yuma County Board of Supervisors meeting that starts at 9 a.m. Do we have any emails? The public? Okay, well, if it's not in yet, it's too late. All right, so the next item in the agenda, and I'm gonna leave the call to the public open. You know, I normally do this. Is there anyone in the public here that didn't send an email but is here to say something that isn't in the agenda? No, the key element here is that if it's in the agenda, we'll take it up during that particular time. But if it's not in the agenda, this is the time that, you know, you wanna come up and say something. Although with attorneys present, we may not be able to do much. All right. I was just testing to see if you were like fully awake. We'll move on to the next items in the agenda, which are proclamations, presentations, proclamations and appointments. During this segment of the agenda, board members may discuss the presentations and proclamations and may announce appointments to the Yuma County Planning and Zoning Commission and the Yuma County Board of Adjustment. No legal actions will be taken. I guess the first item in the agenda is a presentation of the county line. Kevin, ready? There it is.
Yes, our COVID numbers are lower. Now it's time to get ready for the flu, and we have your shots. And the health district has been overdrive since March. Lately, they've been focusing on schools. We'll explain. These stories and more, this is your County Line. There's no doubt that this year's presidential election is set to be the biggest in history. We also have many local elections running at the same time. So our Recorder's Office and Elections Department are working hard, setting the stage for a smooth cycle. Now's the time you should be getting ready. It's just a couple of simple steps. Number 1, check your registration at arizona.vote. And you'll want to decide if you will vote by early ballot or at a voting center. Number 2, check your address. Many forget to change this on their voting record. Your address must be current. Number 3, be ready. The deadline to register for the general election is Monday, October 5th. Early ballots will start going out on Wednesday, October 7th. Of course, we know some might be concerned over appearing in person to cast a ballot due to COVID-19. Our vote center workers have been preparing and had no issues during the primary election.
Yuma County Election Services has done a lot of preparation to have precautions in place at the vote centers to keep both election workers and voters safe, including hand sanitizing stations. We are requiring masks inside the vote centers, as well as plexiglass barriers to protect the elections check-in, to provide that barrier between election workers and the public as they're coming in. We're requiring social distancing along with floor decals and signage to assist people in knowing where those safe distances are.
If you're voting by early ballot, please don't forget to return your ballot as soon as possible. You can mail it back or just drop it off at any one of the secure box locations at the Maine, San Luis, Foothills, Welton, and Somerton libraries. Also, there are boxes at the Yuma County Recorder's Office, the Somerton Heritage Pool, and San Luis City Hall. During the last county line, we mentioned flu shots. It's that time of year again, and we're asking everyone to consider getting their flu vaccine this season. The Yuma County Public Health Services District has already started taking delivery of flu vaccine. Health officials advise most people to get the shot each year, but this year more than ever, it's important.
The flu vaccine will protect you from getting the flu, and the flu is very similar to COVID-19 because they're flu-like symptoms. We want to decrease the amount of hospital visits related to flu-like symptoms.
Due to COVID-19, you'll have to make an appointment to get your flu shot at the health district. Planning now will also ensure you are protected. Don't forget, it typically takes about 2 weeks for you to build up antibodies after getting the flu shot. That's why it's important to get the shot early in the season. There's hardly any place you can go in Arizona without wearing a mask. It's clearly important that every Arizonan does their part to prevent the spread. That's why the Arizona Department of Health Services teamed up with Hanes to provide masks to those who might have difficulty getting one. Governor Ducey made the announcement recently. Anyone that's having trouble getting a mask can simply visit azdhs.gov/order masks. You'll fill out a brief form and Hanes will send you 5 washable masks for free. These are reusable cloth face masks and each household can order 1 pack. Delivery of the masks is typically 5 business days. Numbers in Arizona have fallen drastically since the mask orders went into effect. Covering our mouths and noses with a face cover, washing hands, and maintaining physical distance are all part of the formula to help stop the spread. There's a lot of things your county government has had to take the lead on over the last 6 months with COVID entering Yuma County. The Public Health District and our Emergency Management Office have been particularly busy. From the beginning, staff have been receiving tons of personal protective equipment, or PPE, and redistributing it to agencies and businesses in Yuma County. Nearly 1 million pieces of PPE have been distributed, almost 87,000 going to the schools to support them as they get closer to reopening.
We've done 78 schools, and that included the private charter, as well as all of the public schools, the college, the universities. So we've tried to hit all of the different schools regardless of what size, whether they're public or private or charter or whatever.
The county announced a school resource page for parents and teachers. It's designed to be a one-stop shop for anyone needing information. Of course, PPE went to businesses and agencies around town to help them during this crisis, but it doesn't mean you can't get some PPE. Remember, if you need masks at home, you can visit azdhs.gov/order masks, and you can order 5 reusable masks for free.
I'm Elia Juarez, and this is your library update. For the first time ever, the Yuma County Library District is launching a fall reading program, and everyone is invited to join. If you're familiar with the Read Squared app that we used for our summer reading program, that's where we will be running the fall reading program. And if you're not familiar with it, you can check out our website for information on how to download and use the app. It's very simple. You just have to download the app and tell us how long you've read for the day. And to finish, you only have to read for about 20 minutes a day. It's open to people of all ages, and books that parents read to their kids will count towards the adults and the kids reading. So it's fun for everyone. You can unlock fun badges and cute games that you can play within the app, and there will be prizes at the end for some of our best readers. To join the fall reading program, all you have to do is download the Read Squared app, and for more information on that and any of our other great programs, you can check out our website at yumalibrary.org and follow us on social media. We're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Pinterest.
Before we head out, a quick reminder for you to take 10 minutes to have an impact on Yuma County for the next 10 years. That's right, for just 10 minutes of your time, you can make a difference that will last 10 years. The census is in full swing until September 30th. That's the last day you can be counted. Your responses will help shape public services like health, emergency response preparedness, grant fund distribution, and much more. Everyone in Yuma County should fill out the census, and it couldn't be easier. Just visit 2020census.gov. It will only take a few moments to complete, and your answers will be kept safe and confidential. We'd like to thank you for joining us for this County Line. If you'd like to watch past episodes, visit yumacountyaz.gov/VOD. And don't forget, you can join us live on Facebook. We'll see you next time.
All right, that was a report from the county line. So I'm moving on to the next item in the agenda. The next item in the agenda is the proclamation. And this will be, the first one will be the chairman proclaiming the day of September 16, 2020 as Mexican Independence Day in Yuma County. And I think present for the proclamation are the council, head council, Jose Antonio Larios Ponce, and the vice council, Edith Garcia Estrella. Is she here? Yeah, es que la máscara. Y aquí tengo la mía, nada más que pues cuando hablo con la máscara no se oye muy bien. Pero, you know, I just want to make sure that everybody knows I do have a mask. I just, every time I try to talk through the mask, it gets muffled a lot. So, and maybe it's just the way I talk, but I'll put it on when I'm listening. The Community Affairs, la promotora Alexa de Santiagoville, ¿está aquí? No? She didn't make it? All right, well, I'm going to read the proclamation and then hand it over to you. There are two proclamations, hay dos proclamaciones. One is this one, which is the Mexican Independence Day proclamation, and the other one is the Hispanic Heritage Proclamation, proclaiming the month of September, Hispanic Heritage Month. And that one will be read by Supervisor Borchas after we finish with the reading of this proclamation. So I'm going to go forth and read this proclamation. This is a proclamation proclaiming the day of September 16, 2020 as Mexican Independence Day in Yuma County. Whereas on September 16, 1810, Father Miguel Hidalgo gave the memorable Grito de Dolores speech in Dolores, Mexico, which marked the beginning of a long journey towards independence. This day is celebrated as Mexican Independence Day. And whereas on August 24, 1821, the Treaty of Cordova was signed, giving birth to a new and independent nation led by Agustín de Iturbide, who was appointed after leading the victorious Trigarante army into Mexico City. And whereas Yuma County has a historic relationship with Mexico based on a strong social, cultural, and economic ties, and whereas the family-friendly and civic celebration is designed to educate the border community about Mexican history, empower and serve as a link between the Mexican community and the local nonprofit organizations and services, and whereas the Mexican community as part of the growing Hispanic population in the county is an important and active participant in Yuma's society, culture, and economy. And whereas Mexican Independence Day is a day for Yuma citizens of Mexican heritage to celebrate the culture by honoring the rich history, industriousness, and the spirit of Mexicans. Now, therefore, I, Marco Anthony Reyes, Chairman of the Yuma County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaim the day of September 16, 2020, year 2020, to be Mexican Independence Day in Yuma County. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and affixed the official seal of the Board of Supervisors done at Yuma County, the county seat, this 9th day of September 2020. I would ask the board members, or, maybe we don't want to
Do them
do a
both at one
crowd.
time?
Uh,
Do them both at one time?
Yeah, sure, why not? Then we'll give them to you together, both of them at the same time. So Supervisor Porches, would you please read the next proclamation?
Yes. Proclaiming the month of September 2020 as Hispanic Heritage Month, whereas on August 17, 1988, Public Law 100-402 authorized President Reagan to establish September 15th, October 15 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, and whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is an opportunity to celebrate a legacy of traditions, rich culture, and honor the significant achievements of our Hispanic and Latino American communities, and whereas Hispanics are the largest ethnic minority group in the country and make valuable contributions to the community in business, industry, government, education, the sciences, arts, and faith, and whereas Hispanics have served with distinction in military conflicts since the Revolutionary War and continue to defend our country today as members of the armed forces. Those brave men and women bring us honor, and we are grateful for their service and sacrifice. And whereas the respective backgrounds of Hispanic and Latino Americans are an integral part of Yuma County and have made enormous contributions to our diverse society by sharing their talents, culture, traditions, and their deep connection to family values. Now therefore, I, Marco A. Tony Reyes, Chairman of the County Board of Supervisors, hereby proclaim the month of September 2020 to be Hispanic Heritage Month.
All right, so can the council please step up, and we will just make this presentation. I'm not sure that we want to be too many of us, but come on. I think groups of less than 10 will do it.
Yeah.
Medio. You two guys are on this side. And then these two guys are on this side. And council, le da una y le damos las dos. Edith, ¿dónde está? Oh, está tomando video. Ah, bueno. Entonces agarra las dos, póngase para acá, volteese para acá. Para la foto. Para la foto. Véngase para acá. Véngase para acá. Está bien, estamos todos tenemos máscara.
Can we take our mask off?
Yeah, take your mask off for a second. Just don't breathe.
Yeah, I was gonna say smile.
No respire nadie. Bueno, entonces, muchas gracias.
Yes?
Thank you. Si quieren unas otras palabras, les puede decir en español. O en inglés, o como prefiera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you, all Board of Supervisors members. Thank you very much. This represents really an honor for me as Mexican consulate here in Yuma, because it represents the friendship between our nations, and especially between this great county of Yuma and the Mexican nation. We share a lot of things: culture, language, roots, values. So it's really for me an honor to, on behalf of the Mexican consulate, receive not just the proclamation of the Mexican Independence Day, but also the proclamation of the heritage, the Hispanic Heritage Month. I know that maybe 60 or 80% of the population in Yuma is Hispanic, and the majority is from Mexican or origin. So really, I appreciate this. This is I think the third year that you acknowledge the value of the Mexican Day, and I appreciate really this act. Just let me tell you that we are also working very hard in the same direction that the Board of Supervisors. We are receiving today a representative of the census, and the Yuma in Tucson, and we are working with her because we also know that it's very important that the people participate in the census. So we are in the same direction, and always, if you consider that the consulate can help and try to reinforce your task, please let us know, because this is our mission. Try to reinforce the relationship and working for the good causes of this important community. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again, and thank you all for supervisors. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the work you do, Councilor. It's noticeable. All right, that takes care of the proclamations, and we can then move on to the consent calendar. Y pues no se tienen que quedar si no quieren. Digo, obviamente, la junta está larga, so thank you very much for being here. And again, we were going to move on to the consent calendar, and you can stay if you like to, for as long as you want. The items are let me read it. The following items are listed under the consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion unless the board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and action. There is a lot of items on the consent agenda. Are there any items that you want to? 1 through 20, yes. Does anybody want to pull out any items? Is the election department representative here? I don't want to pull out an item and have to get them. They're not? No? Okay, well, I'm not going to bring him out, but for the next meeting, I do want to have someone here from the elections department, okay? If that's okay with everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do need to start paying a little more attention to what's going on there. All right, anybody wants to pull any items? If not, then I'll entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 20, the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second? Mm-hmm. Okay, it's been a motion and second to approve consent calendar items 1 through 20. With no discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion carries. That moves us into the discussion and action items where the board will open up each of the following items separately for discussion and action as appropriate. Is anybody outside that needs to come in? No? All right, then we'll begin with the Public Health Service District, County Administration, and its discussion and possible action regarding COVID-19 updates and activities. The Director of the Public Health Department, Diana Gomez, is here with us this morning, and will sort of give us an update that I'm sure she's used to doing by now, with everybody, asking of her time to explain where everything is at. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Arias, members of the board. My name is Diana Gomez. I'm the Director of Public Health. So just a brief update of where we're at. Today we are reporting 4 new cases, which is the progress we want to see. Testing remains consistent throughout the county. There's ample testing opportunity. Anybody that wants a test in Yuma County can get a test. That's a testament to our clinical partners who have stood up consistent testing, and they've had flexible hours throughout the last 3 months. So year to date, we've had 67,590 total tests conducted.
Wow.
And so just for reference purposes, that's the third right behind, we're like the 4th highest test provider. And so for a rural community, to be there right behind the major, Maricopa and Yuma is impressive. So again, thank you for all our clinical partners that are doing that. Again, our positivity rate, that's the cumulative positivity rate, was at 15%, and that's just because that's the cumulative total, but our weekly rates, positivity rates continue to drop. We had, today we had 14 patients in the hospital, 7 of those ICU. Again, those numbers are treading in the right direction. That is what we want to see. So again, a big thank you to all those nurses and medical staff that have been providing excellent care for all the patients that have been admitted to the hospital. This month is, I stand here and I talk to you about the progress we're doing. You saw all the PPE that we're distributing. Our role has primarily been to support the frontline staff to provide, make sure that we had testing in our community, make sure that people who were responding to the community had the PPE that they needed. So it's been amazing to be able to provide that supportive role. One of the things that, we don't often talk about is the behavioral health implications, that come with COVID and the stress and the anxiety that comes with that as well. So I just want to remind everybody, this month happens to be Suicide Awareness Prevention Month. And to date, there's been 1,400 deaths by suicide reported so far this year. And so again, I want to remind people that it's important to look for those signs. There is a hotline you can call if you, are experiencing some struggles or somebody, and that is a 1-800-273-TALK or 1-800-273-8255. Also, Arizona has invested in free counseling. There is Resilient Arizona, which is a free online counseling support service that's available in English and Spanish. It's 100% free. It's confidential, and Arizonans can access that by dialing 211. So as you know, as you saw by the updates, our numbers are declining. We're definitely moving in the right direction. Schools are starting to transition into the hybrid model. For everybody that does not know, we have a web page that we specifically devoted for parents to get those updates. We realize that parents have a lot of questions. We wanted to create a one-stop shop. As you saw, we've been providing PPE for the schools, very similar in supporting their role to bring students back safely into the classroom. Students and teachers have been, communicating with us. We've been answering questions, but it's important for parents to know that if you have a question under the executive order, all schools created a mitigation plan to determine how they were going to address cases, to determine how they were going to deal with outbreaks. So as a parent, if you have specific questions, those plans should be posted on the school website. There's also, they had to post their communication plan. Schools have been incredibly proactive in making sure that information is available to parents. So if you're a parent, please, and if you have any questions, contact your individual school. They will have that information for you. Also, businesses, as you know, we've been in a substantial spread type situation, and so that's been challenging to many businesses. Some businesses have filed attestations and have received approval. That was a governor's executive order that caused some of those businesses to close down, and the state health department is issuing approvals to reopen. So some of those businesses are reopening again, taking those precautions, functioning at a very reduced capacity. Again, taking extreme measures to make sure they procure the safety of the patrons that visit them. So from the members of the community, if you're frequenting those, those businesses, please, be mindful of those rules and understand that I know it's frustrating sometimes, but they're there for your safety. So again, visiting guidelines for nursing homes, again, were just released. As you know, many of the nursing homes have restricted visiting or no visiting. ADHS issued guidelines last week. Again, those restrictions and those guidelines are there to protect the residents. It includes now CMS has issued guidance requiring them to test the staff and offering tests to the residents as well. We've been supporting the nursing homes as well by providing PPE and infection control guidance. So again, everybody's doing their best to make sure we get through this together as a community. So again, as I stand here and we're looking at the numbers, we're trying to get through this, but it requires, again, ongoing patience and collaboration. It's a shared responsibility. When I come up here, I share what we know based on what increases the risk and what decreases the risk. But when it comes down to it, when I get the calls about what can we do, it comes down to behavior. And again, it's all of us having that shared accountability and making sure we do what we can to protect everybody else. Our next focus, obviously, is flu shots. Flu shots became available at the health department this Tuesday by appointment only. Flu shots are going to be readily available at community clinics and your healthcare providers. So there's going to be available at pharmacies. So we want to encourage everybody, if you can get a flu shot, get a flu shot. Again, the goal here is to make sure that we don't put a strain on the healthcare system. So there was an executive order issued yesterday that now requires hospitals, previously had to require COVID cases, inpatient counts, a number of people on ventilators. That new executive order includes influenza now. So they will be tracking both COVID-like illness and influenza illness. So again, a flu shot takes about 2 weeks for your body to develop antibodies, but we have complications from flu all the time. And again, it's just another way, in the absence of a readily available COVID vaccine, that we want to ensure people know that that's available, and it'll be readily available throughout the community for anybody that wants that. So we've been working, like I said, our first priority initially was PPE distribution to first responders and clinical workers. Then we moved on to businesses and schools, and we know that our ag community, we're getting ready to rev up, and we've been having conversations with them as well. And so that's our next big, and I know that you've seen Paul Brierly come in here with an Agricultural Center of Excellence. Again, so a lot of great work happening down there. So again, lots of sectors collaboratively, making sure we ensure the health and safety of our community. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Yeah, sure.
Diana, I want to talk about the suicides. You saw almost 1,500 in the state. Is that year to date?
That was here today in 2020, and that was cited in the governor's executive.
And do we know how that compares to the previous couple of years?
I just got the statistic to date. I know that we've had a lot of questions, so no, I don't know what the change was. I can follow up with you. I think that behavioral health is one of those things that sometimes there's stigma around and we don't talk about. And so I think it's important today that, when we have these conversations about physically distancing, and I know early on it was like, apart, but not apart, socially distancing. And I think sometimes that connectedness is lost for social people. We're used to interacting. This pandemic has changed the way we interact. So it's a reminder for us to just be mindful and look for those signs. But I will follow up with you about this.
I appreciate that. I think we should talk about that and just know what the facts are.
And people need to know that there's resources available and that they're free.
Mr.
Supervisor
Diana,
Pankhurst.
the numbers for Yuma, do you have those?
So today we are reporting 4 new cases, which would bring our total.
Oh no, suicides.
Oh, for suicides. No, I'm sorry. I'm so
4 new cases today.
I know you're so. I know COVID focused. Yes.
Yeah. I don't have the statistics, but I know we have organizations in the community also that provide that type of specialized service. And so again, I think maybe I'll work with Kevin to look at those numbers and put out a wider awareness to include that.
And I would suggest that we sort of team that up with the proclamation. If we're going to highlight some of the situations, it'd be nice to be able to do it on a sort of a semi-formal way to support them. And basically, I think what you want to do is get the word out in as many ways as we can think of getting the word out so people can look out, the better off we'll be. And I think a proclamation proclaiming the week or the month as suicide, whatever, I think probably highlights it more, and it gets it out in the community, even if we have to issue it to the health department.
Right.
In case there's probably many organizations that would appreciate that, and it would serve to sort of highlight the situation in a much more semi-formal way.
Yeah. And you know what, I can certainly come back, to the next board meeting, or at least to call the public and do that. It's a very important topic, and I quite honestly have been in a COVID fog. So it's also preparedness month, and normally I'd be talking to you about how September is public health preparedness or emergency preparedness, which in a pandemic is more timely, but it's just like behavioral health, and it's important. And
Where's the emergency department in this whole thing? I haven't seen Tony Badilla in a long time. Are we still on an emergency? We're operating in a sort of emergency basis? Is he still doing some things that we may want to know about?
So again, I mean, we're in the pandemic, and again, working collaboratively with multiple agencies, including Tony's, is important to ensure that we cover all sectors. Work with law enforcement, work with. I think Tony would probably be happy to come up here and do a joint. I'm willing to share. My time with the update with Tony.
It's just there's so many things related to this that I'm sure that there's not going to be. I don't think there's a situation where we have too much information about what's going on. I mean, there's so many questions. I have questions about antibody testing, the positive rate or the negative. What do you call it? The
positivity rate. And actually, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because there's 2 types of testing, as you know. The PCR testing would test for active infection, and the serology, which tests for antibodies. We actually have, our serology rate is hovering over like 11 point, something. Let me look at it exactly. So I believe that rate was, I wrote it down, 11.8, which actually we're the county with the highest serology rate at this point. So that is the silver lining for the high rate of infection. We also, right now, trending that data, have the highest rate
Is there something you can point out? I mean, I know we can point out to masks and we can point out to social distancing and people starting to understand the importance of just following some of those indications. Is there something else that stands out as being part of what's going on right now? Is it too many people that many people had it and now they're somewhat immune, somewhat? Is there something that you can point to that basically had that gives us the results that we have right now? Is because it can't be more testing, because more testing only brings out the fact that we have more people.
So consistent testing has been important because we've been able to catch asymptomatic people. So that's a layered approach, and I think early on we talked about those mitigation strategies. The masks certainly have made a difference. I know that sometimes that's not. People are wondering when we can do that, but the fact that we've been able to open safely and have some of those businesses resume operations is because we're wearing a mask and we're able to do that. That reduces the infection rate. Again, people have been really good about staying home when they're sick, about reporting when they have an infection. So again, I think it's just all this depends on individual behavior, and it's a shared responsibility. And I think the masks definitely are, probably the most visible, tangible thing that you can see, and you can track that in the metrics. But again, there's been increased hygiene. The businesses that have opened up have implemented really extensive hygiene practices to ensure the safety of the staff and the people that they serve. So I think, again, it's an increase in awareness, and this is our new normal right now. And I know that it's exhausting and people have COVID fatigue, but as we move towards this and we approach flu season, we want to be mindful and keep that trend going down because things like school opening, business openings, all depend on those benchmarks that were set from the state. And so keeping that positivity rate down is important, but yes.
Do we have like another week to go before we can actually get out of that 5 or 6 counties that have a high positivity rate, so that gyms and other places can open a little easier, maybe?
So those metrics are reported every Thursday, so they will be updated tomorrow. They're reported, they look at a 2-week period, and the 2-week period is 12 days ending earlier, so we're looking at least 12 days before. So the next update is going to be posted this Thursday, and it's going to focus on August 16th and August 23rd. So the previous one was at 7%, which is where we want to be, followed by 3%. When we post tomorrow, we're going to retain that 3% from the previous week, and then it's going to look at a new week, which is going to be the week of August 23rd. And then we're going to, our test, because you can see those test results already, actually went up to 10%. So, and then the following week they drop again because they're tracking it by week to 7%. So it's a consistent. In schools and some of those businesses that, the decision to open the schools and the decision to is based on the school boards, and if they feel they can do it safely and they have those plans in place, they start moving in that direction. For the businesses that require permission from the state health department, they can fill out those attestations and then receive permission to open. And what they do then is they open at a reduced capacity. So I think it's important for people to know that they can, apply for that process and that approval from the state, and then if they're granted it, it's just at a reduced capacity, and that capacity increases, again, obviously, when we fall into those benchmarks.
So go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, while we're on the subject, I want to point out that you can help your community reopen by going and getting tested. We need more people to get tested that don't test positive. And the tests have come a long way. I think you administer it yourself now, right?
Yeah,
and they're not jamming a stick up into your brain like before. So, it's non-invasive, it doesn't hurt, and make an appointment with Sunset Health or Regional Center for Behavioral Health and help your community reopen. Just go out and take a few minutes and get the test done. You can help your community.
Especially if you don't feel sick. Well, anyway, so I guess in some ways the steps that can be taken by us as a county and as a health department have been taken. I mean, there's very few different strategies that we can take to change the way things are, other than maybe additional testing and maybe having some of those what do you call those mass testing,
Yeah, like the mass testing event.
some of those events where you try to get people to go there and get tested, especially if they're, I don't think people understand the difference between not feeling sick and getting tested just so that we can sort of get a truer picture of the infection rate. Other than the fact that if they're not feeling sick, they're not going to want to get tested. They're thinking about those prodding things in your nose or something like that. So everybody's saying, why would I do that? Well, what Supervisor McLeod, I think, was clear in stating is that you do that because you want the community to have a lower positive rate that allows them to get back to somewhat normal and helps the businesses that depend on that positivity rate as one of the benchmarks that needs to be met. So it's good that we emphasize, get tested. It may be inconvenient, but it gives us a snapshot, a better snapshot of the positivity rate, and it allows us to plan for a somewhat easier opening process, because it's very tough. I mean, we do get the calls from the gyms, local gyms, who think that we may have something that we can do to help them open, and we have to tell them, well, it's the state. The state's the only the State Department of Health is the only one that can give you authority. We don't have the authority to give you permission. If we did, we probably would, which is one of the reasons why I think. And just last but not least, the conversation around border restrictions, which is something that you don't have much to do, but because it's a federal issue. But it seems to me, as a matter of fact, I was a little late this morning, which is not unusual, but this time it was a meeting with the local officials in San Luis, Arizona, who are complaining that nationwide we're trying to get back to some sort of normal. But you can't get back to some sort of normal when the border crossings are so restrictive that you don't allow the customers to come over and shop, which is, they can't come over and get gas because they have to have some sort of an essential. We're still at the border crossing, we're still at the essential level. You have to have an essential, what do you call that reason?
Yeah.
It's essential? Yeah, they're still at the essential level. They're restricting the crossing even more now than when they started back when this started 6 months ago, that might have made some sense. But 6 months later, when all the signs are that it's basically I'm not to say that the COVID situation is under control, but I don't think that it's personally, I guess, my opinion is that restrictive situation along the border might have helped some time ago, but it's right now a problem for businesses to get back to, in the border, to get back to normal. So, the point they made to me all throughout the morning is, what's going on? And, it's tough to tell them. We really don't have much of influence in the border crossings. I did meet with the consulate days ago, the Mexican consulate, and asked them, why was the country of Mexico taking such restrictive measures? But they're not. They just simply close the border down for a few hours, but everybody can come and go. It's just this way. So anyway, just wanted to bring that out because at some particular point in time, you may get asked the question, and I tell you, the fact that on the Mexican side think that we take the virus over there, and the fact that we here think that they bring the virus from over there, it's really, I don't know about whether sicknesses really respect the boundary at all. And I know that people who can travel. And people who have relatives or people who have people, they go visit the relative. You can tell them anything you want to. You can make it as restrictive as you can. But I think that the actions taken over the last few months to restrict the flow of traffic have been effective. They've restricted the flow of traffic, but making them tighter now when things seems to be somewhat under control may help to make them feel better, but it isn't certainly helping out to get back to any kind of normal at the border. I just want to make that point because, I've been asked to do that. So anyway, I know we have very little control about what happens at the border crossing, but I think it's worth just getting it on the community that that's really difficult for me to say, but we have so little control about most of the stuff that's happening right now, other than reacting to what's going on. And, people just get a little upset about the fact that we don't seem to be able to, quote, do something about these things. But, a lot of this is federal, a lot of this is state. Really, counties and cities have some sort of authority to do things, but here at the county, we're really limited in what the steps we can take. We're an extension of the state, and the state tells us what to do, and then we pass it on. Well, at least that's how it feels most of the time.
That's how it is.
That's how it is, isn't it? Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other questions?
Just wanted to add, Mr. Chairman, we've all spoke your praise through this whole thing. And sometimes we lose focus on what you deal with on a daily basis, good and bad. from the public. And I just want to say, I can't imagine us going through what we've gone through as a county without having you at the head of it, being in charge of the health department. So I just, like I said, I just wanted to really comment you and congratulate you on a job that you have done outstanding with.
You and your staff, because I see you brought your staff. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I have amazing staff, and thank you for your support, and thank you for making some of those difficult decisions as well and supporting those, because I know that it's difficult, but thank you for your support, and thank you.
You do realize we're not under salary discussions right now. Right? So we can say anything we want to right now. We're not going to be saying that in June. All right. Supervisor Porches.
You know, the testing that the county did in August, did every other county did that?
The blitz testing?
The blitz testing.
So it had been done in Maricopa and Pima, and then we did it, and now it's moving to other parts of the state. So I believe that it's happening in Yavapai, and it's moving. So I think we were the third county to have that, and that was something that was, coordinated throughout the Arizona Department of Emergency Management. So actually, Tony Badilla coordinated that for our community.
And that was done, I mean, talking about till now, doing things now, I think people are tested out. I mean, that's
Right.
why, I mean, I used to see lines on Highway 95 there, get to Somerton, 1.5 miles long or 2 miles, people
get
getting
tested.
tested. But, I mean, now you go through there, they're probably testing 2 or 3, people a day or less, even Sunset.
There's
So-
COVID fatigue.
So my question is, why did that state waited so long to do this?
They had been blitzing events throughout, and I know that Sunset.
But that was Sunset, but
Right.
it wasn't the target like to open and using those numbers to reopen.
Well, the challenge for us was really that we hit that positivity rate really high early on. So when you look at that positivity rate overall, it's cumulative. And so you see that we had all those cases and we're still treading down. We, to your point, are very fortunate that we had places like Sunset, who has a chain of clinics, and Regional Center, who has a chain of clinics, that were willing to stand up testing. And that's why we've had consistent testing, and we have one of the highest level of tests completed so far in the state, especially for a rural community. So that event through DEMA was an opportunity for us, and we marketed it as it's an opportunity for you to come down and help us get a snapshot that's current, because previous to that we had delays of up to 14 days with the results which had spoken to before. So that was an opportunity, and I think to Supervisor McLeod's point, I think people sometimes, were scared that maybe it was a very invasive process, and maybe that's why they shied away from coming. And to your point, there's COVID fatigue. And yes, I drive through those lines too when drive-up testing is available, and people are just, you have COVID fatigue. It's not as, anybody that wants one can get one now. Before it was very restrictive. But the only way to get those positivity numbers down is to tread down gradually over time, or to get a snapshot, a current snapshot. And it's available still every day of the week through Sunset Inn. And so people have those opportunities.
Any other questions, comments? And again, I think we all want to, restate, if at all, what Mr. Simmons, Supervisor Simmons has said. I mean, we appreciate the fact that the situation with handling as professionally as you have. It's always nice to be in the forefront in the state of Arizona. I know that we don't have the same tools and resources that probably Maricopa or Pima County have, but other than those two, Yuma's always been in the forefront of most of these moves that have helped, in resolving these problems. Unfortunately, that also put us in a situation where, our positivity, are really tough. We do a lot of testing, and we do testing with sick people. I mean, that's the best.
We're doing what we're supposed to be doing and capturing those asymptomatic
That's right.
places.
We told people, if you feel sick, come and get tested. Well, it's the way it is, right? But the positivity test is driven by people who feel sick and come and get tested. And normally, a lot of them are going to end up being sick from COVID. But now we're asking people get tested just so we can reduce our positivity rates, please. And they're not as invasive as Supervisor McLeod has said. We do have rapid testing, although we don't use it, generally. The last question I had was the coordination between what's going on with the U of A lab that was supposed to be set up. And I guess those questions need to be made directly to Mr. Brinkley, as, you know, to come over and give us an update on what's going on.
Paul Brierly, who was here, I think he was here a couple of board
The
meetings
Brinkley,
ago.
as I call him.
He's, again, you know, in the forefront of, particularly in the ag community, making sure that we have protocol in place. And so I'm in communication with him. And so we're setting up he's coordinating a meeting to follow up with the different sectors of the community. From our perspective, you know, our priorities, what do we do with the data? Because it's actionable data, and if we can get a heads up on an increase, then we take increased mitigation procedures, like, for example, additional hand washing test, you know, stations, or like they did with the example that he probably provided with the dorm, where they saw higher levels and then they increased testing to find the asymptomatic cases. So Paul has been communicating with me, and so again, it's another example of another collaborative partnership in the community where you have two different sectors, the academic sector, you know, and the public health sector coming together to, you know, protect the community. So.
Yeah, well, tell him he needs to do a little bit better job of convincing people like the mayor of San Luis or the mayor of Somerton. You know, he needs to work a little bit on that, because I think they don't really necessarily understand what he's trying to do. The conversation I had this morning with the mayor of San Luis, Arizona, he wasn't impressed, and he didn't really know what the benefit could be to his community. And I tried to explain to him, you know, we're looking at schools, we're looking at collecting samples and being able to react faster, but I can't explain it as well as he can. So just get the message out to him. He needs to do a little more informational stuff to get those critical partners online with him to help solidify that process. Because, you know, as we coming into flu season, there are so many things you can test. I mean, you know, from fecal matter, which is, you know, a very nice way of calling it. But you know, there's so much you can do that I think the testing for COVID wasn't necessarily the driver for that particular process. It was something else. So I know that it's been adapted to COVID, but it can be done for other things. And I think it's just one more example of how, as a society, we need to be prepared for these things, because I don't think this is going to be the last one. I think we're probably going to have something else come up, some new virus, novel virus, that we need to identify quickly and react to quickly, quicker than we have done so far. So let them know.
So for people in the public that are wondering where they can find more information, the CDC actually just started a portion on their website specifically to wastewater surveillance, because using this type of surveillance is one of the recommendations now, and one of the strategies that you said that could be used from a preventive standpoint to help mitigate when you start seeing an increase.
I gotta write that down. Wastewater surveillance.
Actually, yeah, it's wastewater surveillance, and so the CDC just stood up a page for that, you know, providing additional guidance. So I can work with Kevin, and we'll include that link in the update today. So anybody that saw the board meeting can follow up on that and learn more from the CDC, specifically about how it's being used proactively.
Good, thank you. Now, I keep saying that that's the last thing, and I keep bringing something else.
It's okay.
So is that the last thing?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm
Diane,
sorry to everybody that comes after me.
I just had a question on, with the harvest season gearing up and the crews coming in, the companies coming back in, would it be better for them to contact you or to contact Paul with any questions dealing with the harvesting contractors or whoever?
So I think, so like everybody else, everybody that works in a specific industry has gotten guidance from CDC and those professional organizations. Paul is an excellent resource because the Center for Ag has been doing an amazing job keeping people updated. And if you saw, I think it was a Chamber of Commerce publication, the Biz publication. In it, that's the front cover page, and they talk about some of the changes that they've had to do to modify to keep a safe environment. So I would definitely say Paul would be an excellent resource. We are working really closely with him. We've answered questions individually, but early on in the pandemic, we've had conversations with the state. We've had conversations with individuals, again, about what we can do, and there's ongoing conversation about how we can do testing. We've been working with some growers, but again, having Paul as this, you know, from the Center of Excellence with Ag is an amazing resource. And so I think it's just easier. He's coordinated a couple of meetings. I participated in a meeting where we had a couple of growers that were able to participate, and we discussed some of the options. So again, having like our resource place, having a centralized place and make sure that everybody gets the information that they need and we don't miss anything and that we're responsive. So yes, I would definitely, and then we will work with Paul, and we're always happy to answer questions. But again, the forefront of the industry will always have, you know, a lot of the best evidence-based information, and then we're happy to work with that to support that.
Do we have any sort of link on the health department where if they want to go to the site, that they can see, you know, click on as far as harvesting or whatever that they?
You know, I don't think, because we've done those through coordinated meetings, I know, but you know what, I can, again, Kevin's not going to, Kevin, I'll ask Kevin to put a widget, because we have been providing that information and there's been ongoing dialogue. Again, this is one of those things where our academic partners are going to help us. We're working with places, organizations like Campesinos Sin Fronteras, who traditionally works with that workforce, Regional Center for Border Health for testing. So again, another example of people that already have those standing relationships in the community, that already have that educational component, those relationships that have already gone out to the fields and done that kind of stuff. And then we are working directly with them to make sure that we support them so that they can do the best job they can in the field that they're in. So yes. But I will pull some resources when I get back to the office.
One last thing, on the vaccine forefront.
On the
vaccine front, is there any new information you can make available to us? Have you been?
So the vaccine forefront is a rapidly evolving process. You saw that there was 3 different manufacturers that, you know, in the United States that were in the clinical trials. We are preparing for making preparations for when that becomes approved. We've received different timelines. You saw, you know, if you're following the national media, you saw that there was one that said, you know, as early as November 1st. But to be honest with you, again, that's a rapidly evolving situation. But definitely we will make sure through our communications department and through these updates that we let you know as soon as we have a defined timeline. In the meantime, we're preparing for what that would look like. We're preparing for what that distribution would look like, how we would set up locations, how we would make sure people that needed have access to it, and where we can deploy, you know, those vaccination clinics. So we're preparing, just waiting for a date and confirmation of availability.
That's a lot of syringes you'll need.
But you know, all these testing events are excellent practice for something like that. We've done mass vaccination clinics before in the past, so we have that experience. But again, these testing events and these drive-through events, again, that vaccination will be provided by the health department, but we more than likely will work with our clinical partners to make sure that there's, you know, different vaccination opportunities throughout the county. So again, it's going to require relying on those partners that we've worked with so well, you know, to date, to make sure everybody that wants a vaccine. But right now, flu is available, and it's not too early to get your flu shot. And again, the goal here is we have complications from flu all the time. People get hospitalized, and so we want to avoid that, and we want to, you know, the hospital system, again, the healthcare system, we want to avoid that surge if possible.
You know, and I think that one of the positive outcomes of this whole thing is that we're so much aware of the bacterial, the virus situations everywhere. So we're, you know, the masking, the social distancing, the washing of your hands, those things are all going to help in trying to, you know, lower the incidence of flu. So there is some positive outcomes out of being more aware of infection situations. So that was the last thing.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
So I will follow up on all that stuff.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we need a break? No, I'm just kidding. We're going to move on to discussion and action item number 2 for development service. And you know, I've been trying to keep these social distancing, you know, things, you know, in mind. When I see all these people gather in the front, my tendency is to say, look, there's plenty of sitting here. I'm not going to ask you to answer any questions if you're sitting. So you can actually move forward and put your stuff in there. I have been told that ion, it's been tested sometime. You know, I'm not sure when, but you know, it's okay to sit next to him. Right? So everybody left now. No, there's no social distancing needed. All right, so development services discussion and possible action to request the county attorney to seek an abatement order in Superior Court for zoning case 19H0130 located at 529 South 41st Drive, Yuma, Arizona. Staff will give a PowerPoint presentation. Before you begin with that, I do want to sort of prep the situation by telling everyone that's listening to us that this situation with abatements and taking the process all the way to court, it's basically driven by the fact that over time, we've gotten into a situation where a complaint is filed, a violation is determined to exist, and then it takes about a year for the process to take place, and we think that is way too long, so we're asking staff to extenuate all possible avenues. At the same time, as soon as you don't think you can get it resolved, bring it to us so we can take it to court. Might as well get this issue resolved, because people's perception out there is that they complain and, you know, a year go by, or, you know, a year and a half go by and nothing gets done. They may not be necessarily aware that this is a long and lengthy process of hearings and you know, hearings and changes and opportunities is what I would call it. This is a process full of opportunities for those people to solve those issues before we get to a point where we send them to court, which is what we're doing this morning with a couple of cases. So with that in mind, did you hear us started?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Chairman, yes. This is a request to, or discussion to possibly seek abatement for property located at 529 South 41st Drive. The zoning violation case was 19H0130. The property was not brought into compliance. It was heard by the hearing officer. There's junk on the property, inoperable vehicles. The hearing officer found the property or the owner in violation and imposed a civil sanction. Again, property is located off of 41st Drive. These are aerial images of the property. And these pictures were taken on July 29th. This is an image of the property showing the junk on the property, the dry branches, the inoperable vehicle. The garage is full of junk, boxes filled with junk.
It's full of treasures. Oh, there's more treasures right there.
The more zoomed in or close-up condition of the property, trash bags, plastic containers, discarded tires.
They're collecting droppings, I see. Bird droppings.
That's crazy.
From trying to take a picture of what's in the garage to show the condition of the property.
Yeah, that is a sickness.
This is, all these trash bags are by the front door of the property. This is the front of the property, looking at the dry tree branches. There's some discarded furniture to the left of the tree there. There's the junk or discarded furniture. And then the back of the property is...
Well, you had me at the garage opening, but if you want to continue, that's fine.
So this is
You know, that's not a
inoperable
bad-looking
vehicle.
car right there.
Not that old car.
No, I mean, that looks, you know, other than the fact that the bumper's gone, but.
So staff is recommending that this case be referred to the county attorney's office for abatement.
You know, I'm just gonna ask this for the sake of making it clear. Every opportunity that we could give to this person to solve this problem has been given, right? He had hearings, he had, you know, things, and he's been given the time to fix the problem. And we've gotten now to a point where it doesn't seem like any regular processes are gonna work, so you're looking for us to basically direct you or staff to take this, or direct the attorneys to file an abatement process at the court system, with the court system, to try to solve this problem, correct?
Correct.
Is there any questions about this? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
I just have in June 4, 2020, the hearing officer found it, and he found non-compliant. He wasn't, okay, I misread that. I thought he.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we ask staff to file with the court for abatement.
I'll second that.
You know, I did read a little bit through this process, and I know that there was some COVID-related delays where we try to adjust to the fact that we're going through a very difficult, different part of the process. But I mean, we're talking months. You know, we're in September.
Yeah,
we're talking
this case was received, the complaint was received in August of last year.
Yeah, no, I think that you have extenuated
It looks
all
like
the
there's been-
avenues that you could use to allow this situation to be fixed. So there's been a motion, is there a second? Did I hear a second?
Lynn.
The second.
Lynn, okay, there's been a motion and a second to refer this to the county attorney for, to seek an abatement order in Superior Court. Any more discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? It is, wearing this mask, allows me to sort of breathe in a little bit. I feel like Darth Vader sometimes, I guess. All right, so number 3. Development Services, discussion of possible action to request the county attorney to seek an abatement order in Superior Court for zoning case HO20-00060 located in 311 South Honey Avenue, Yuma, Arizona, and HO20-0061 located at 3032 South Honey Avenue, Yuma, Arizona. So they didn't do the honeydew project there, huh? They didn't get that part.
They didn't get their honeydews done.
Mr. Chairman, yes, this is request to refer a case to the county attorney's office. Initially, there were 2 properties that were in violation owned by the same property owners. One was 311 South Honey. The other one was 332 South Honey. For today's action, the request is to refer 332 South Honey Avenue, which was case number HO20-0061. 311 South Honey was brought into compliance.
It's weird, because if it's owned by the same person, he should know.
One was much worse. One property was in much worse condition than the other.
The one that got fixed?
Yes. Well, no.
No.
This
The
one, they're
that was-
still working on
Okay,
it.
the easiest one to fix was fixed.
Yes.
This one takes a little more time and effort, so,
Yes,
you
Mr.
just
Chairman,
want him to
they're
hurry
still
up.
working on cleaning up the property. Again, the violations of the property consist of the storage of junk,
Let's
debris,
see it.
clutter. The property was heard by the hearing officer and deemed to be not in violation of the
Zoning ordinance.
zoning ordinance. This is the location of the property. It's on the west side of Honey Avenue. As you can see from the aerial image, there's
A
the
lot of
pictures
stuff.
only show a portion of the property, but this aerial image clearly shows that there's junk on the rear of the property
The
and the
side.
north of the property, the south of the property that is not visible, that's not clearly visible. Here's another image, shows the condition on the south side of the manufactured home there and on the west and north side of the manufactured home.
Are these satellite images, or do we have a drone now?
These are from our pictometry.
Okay.
The satellite that the
Program.
county has.
Be quiet. No, we use the system, that somebody else has.
We lease a U-2
We
that
lease it.
flies over.
So these are the most recent pictures of the property. It shows a vehicle filled with junk, or the bed of the truck is filled with junk.
I'm moving it up.
It's hard to see in this picture, but that patio there, the covered patio, has a lot of junk under it. This is on the south side of the manufactured home.
Look
It's
at that.
completely packed
You know,
with
that's-
discarded items and
That's actually really unsafe for the people who live there. I mean, you get something going in there, some fire, and it's
Fire
over
hazard
with.
for the neighbors.
Yes.
With being old mobile homes in the area.
this is a more close-up view of the north side of the patio or yard area. Again, just,
Well, I don't mind the shade, but everything else looks a little odd.
so there's toys, there's discarded, miscellaneous discarded items. Like I said, you can see a little bit of the condition of the back of the property. It's kind of covered by a makeshift wall there. This is what the bed of the truck looks like. I'm sure the majority of that stuff was taken
Is this-
from the property and is,
Is this 332?
yes.
Okay.
Again, this is what's all the junk and items located under the patio.
How does it get like that?
Debris and clutter. So staff is recommending that this case also be referred to the county attorney's office.
So moved.
Is there a
That'd be
second?
it, yes.
Second.
It's been motion and second to refer this case for abatement. Any discussion other than the satellite the county owns? No discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? I hope this serves as an indication to people we're going to finish this up. I mean, that is the purpose of doing all these things. People should realize that there are going to be consequences if you don't get it done within the time allocated by the hearing officer. And there will be consequences. And I think that that is almost a necessity as the county gets older and as people get, it takes more time. And it's not just to protect themselves, it's to protect the neighbors. I mean, some of this stuff, I mean, other than the fact that it could be the site of rattlesnakes and things, scorpions and stuff,
disease.
rats, disease.
Rats.
Other than that simple fact, the fact is those things move. They're not, they don't stay. They move around, and you gotta, think about your neighbors sometimes. Anyway, so that's just it.
Well, just to mention, Mr. Chair, it's probably the neighbors that will appreciate that more, that they'll trust the county and say, the county's finally doing something, because that's honestly who the people that complain about those individuals, and if they don't see anything moving forward, they say, well, what are we
The
complaining
county
about?
doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and I think that's our next conversation, right?
Yeah, but just
And
mention it.
the point you make is that this is one of those extreme examples, or an example of how things can get to an extreme level. But there are other issues that I think we're going to discuss next to us, about 80 properties that may be reaching that stage, and whether we want to discuss them individually. I'll move to it. There was a motion and a second to approve sending this case to abatement. We had discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Now I can move to development services, and this will be the discussion regarding when to request the county attorney to seek an abatement order from Superior Court for specific non-compliant properties in Yuma County. And I think that this is probably those cases were leading us into this particular discussion regarding, how many times do we want to see this, or at what particular point in time can this be an automatic process where if you're given a certain amount of time and they don't, comply, well, then the automatic process would be to take it, through the abatement process. Is that basically the?
Correct. A lot of that is involved with this. And we have a certain class of properties as well that we went back to, I'm Craig Sellers, Director of Development Services.
And we forget that with the mask, we may not know.
In late 2018, we started taking cases to you for abatement. And going through that process, it has added another layer of enforcement that we're able to do for violations. Following the board's direction of working with open cases built on complaints, we've been working with the newer complaints that have been coming in. We went back, though, and researched to 2016 and looked at similar types of properties that we had past complaints on, but had gone through the hearing officer process before we started doing abatements, and identified about 80 properties that had closed cases that were still not compliant with the zoning ordinances. And those fell into 4 different types of cases. First one is site conditions. This was most of them. These are your junks, inoperable vehicles.
Overgrown vegetation, yeah, anything that's really a health and safety issue to the owner and to the neighborhood.
Correct. That was approximately 49 cases. We have incompatible uses. These are somebody running a business out of their yard, things like that. We had 6 of those. 4 of them where we had more living spaces on them than what was allowed, so additional RVs or manufactured homes on the property than what the property allowed. And then we had 23 dealing with improvements that weren't permitted. And so, working from the direction of the board of not taking action on things we don't have a current complaint on, we wanted to bring these to you because we know that these are the ones that you're getting complaints about, and also reflect on somebody complained on these 3 or 4 years ago, and why is it taking so long to get resolution on them? Well, we don't have that current complaint to begin our processes. And so what we wanted to do was get with you today and say, these are the ones that we would like you to, even though you don't have a complaint, proceed with them so that we are able to give the board the opportunity to look at them and see, yes, these are bad enough to seek abatement on, and so forth.
Sure.
Craig, you mentioned that about 80 properties. I assume what you would do at this point would be to have your inspectors go back out and verify they're not in compliance and then start the process again?
Correct.
And then, maybe I'm jumping ahead, but if we're talking about that, are we talking about having you identify them and just go straight to Superior Court instead of starting a hearing officer and the whole year-long process again?
It would be open to either way, depending on how the board would like to approach those.
And we'll talk about that. Okay, thank you, Craig.
Sure, Supervisor
Craig, just to understand this, so there was a complaint 3 years ago, but then it was closed case? Correct. And then, so, but they seem not to do what they needed to do?
Right, but at that point in time, we weren't going after abatements. The process was set up that once it got through the hearing officer, it was closed, a fine was levied, and that resolved the case up to that point. In late 2018, we started taking things to court for abatement because we are seeing that effectively, we're not getting the compliance that we want. And so we saw that as an opportunity as we went through. And the catalyst for that was, you remember, we worked with the Planning and Zoning Commission and a subcommittee of the Planning and Zoning Commission to look at our processes for permitting and enforcement and decide what we want to do with that. And that was one of the things that came out of that process, is to say we want to take them further and have the opportunity to go through abatement if necessary. And so that's why that date started at that point. Prior to that, our department had a long history of they go through the hearing officer process and that's it. We don't take them any farther.
So they stayed that way.
And what's that?
So they stayed the way they were
In
most cases.
So my
in
comment.
some cases, yes.
My comment last meeting when we talked about certain items of people that, or addresses that we just saw, it was that, so we were just going after the fine then, because that's how it seems like. They pay and they can continue storing whatever they wanted.
We weren't just going after the fine, but the fine was what we were using as the incentive to get them to comply, because we do have a large number of properties that come into compliance just by notification and having them coming to the hearing officer. That results in about 50% of the properties getting brought in compliance, just the notice that we give as a courtesy to let them know, and having them served to appear for the hearing.
And I understand that, but
and then as we move forward, having it go to the hearing officer and having the compliance hearings, that it also adds. I don't know the percentage of those that are resolved, but it is a pretty sizable amount. And then we're left with a handful of cases that remain unresolved. And they have a fine sitting there. Sometimes they pay it. Sometimes it's just left as a lien on the property. But in effect, there were property owners who were looking at this as well as just the fine. And so now this process gives us the opportunity to say, well, it's not just a fine anymore. We're going to be taking this to court, and then the court gets involved with it.
Mr. Chair and Craig, have we had the ability to do this all along? We just haven't taken it that far?
Correct.
Okay.
And so on the screen, we've got some illustrative pictures of the different types of the 4 different types. Junk and operable vehicle, In the upper right, we've got a case of a landscape business that was being done out of a residential property. Both of those cases have been started into the abatement process. We brought those to you earlier. The lower right photo is just a representative photo. It's not from a particular case that we're working on. But you can see how having multiple RVs on a property can cause problems. And then finally, improvements without a permit, it's a procedural problem that they've got. And just being complete of the 4 different types that we have out there. As we look at the hearing officer process, what I wanted to do is give you an overview of what's involved with the hearing officer case and the timelines that are associated with that. Once we receive a complaint, within 1 to 2 days, we have a staff member go out and look at the property and take photos, and we make a determination whether we feel that we agree with the complaint or not. And that's the staff finding. Once that's done, we send out a courtesy notice of violation to the property owner. We do this because oftentimes we didn't do this for a while. And the feedback we were getting was, well, if I would have known that this was a problem, I would have done something about it. But nobody told me. The first thing I heard was this summons to appear with the hearing officer. And so we felt it was important to take that time to give people the opportunity to know that they have a violation and to take care of it. So we give them 30 days to come in compliance based off of the courtesy notice. This helps the people that want to do the right thing to do it without having to deal with the hearing officer process. During that time, we also have the ability to be preparing the case and getting the notices in place. So there's really not a lot. We lose about 2 weeks of time in reality by giving them that. Plus, we feel that it helps us serve all of our customers, just not the complainants. Second, statutorily, if we mail the notice, we have to do that 30 days in advance of the hearing. If we serve them using the constable, it's a 7-day process. We average about 25 cases a month. And so over time, to hand serve that many cases is extraordinary. And so we try to take the 30 days and go through that process. The initial hearing, the hearing officer can find that it's in violation, not in violation, and then they can set civil sanction and set a compliance hearing. And it is typical for them to set a 30, 60, or 90-day compliance hearing, and they do that working with the property owner about how much time do you feel that you need to clean this up. Some of the cases that we've brought to you recently, there's a lot of junk that they need to clean up. It's not really realistic that something like that would be done in 30 days. But we want to set a reasonable amount of time so that it can be achieved. But we don't want it to drag out either. And so that's where the hearing officer has that ability to arbitrate it and come to a reasonable amount of time. Once that's done, the case will have a compliance hearing. And at that point, have they made any progress? Do they just need another 30 days to finish up? Things like that. And then, and those are typically 30 or 60 days time that's given there. We have had cases where we've had multiple compliance hearings. And that's at the discretion of the hearing officer. The hearing officers are appointed by the board, not by Development Services. So if there's direction you want to give them, that's your prerogative.
Sure. Yeah, Supervisor McCall?
I would assume, Craig, if you had multiple compliance hearings, what the hearing officer would find is that they've made some progress.
Yes.
And aren't there that, right?
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that.
The one area where they can do a continuance, if for some reason the person can't make it to the first meeting, there can be a continuance to the next month. Give them opportunity to be there.
All right.
And then finally, in the past, we had an abatement fund within the county. That has not been funded for over 5 years. And initially that was set up that it would be abated. The funds for the abatement would be repaid by the property owner and it would go back to the next project. They weren't repaid.
Are there liens on the properties?
The lien, I believe, goes to the person, not the property. And so that's part of the issue.
Is that by statute?
Wait. I think the attorney wants to answer that question. He seems to be moving forward. Is there a possibility that if that person through the court system is, if we go through the abatement, process, and that we determine what the cost of that is there a possibility that we can lien the property so that it really can't move until they pay off?
We did about, I think, half a dozen of these. And the statute has us assess how much it'll cost, give them notice, give them an opportunity. And then the county contracts, gets it cleaned up and puts a lien on the property. However, most of these properties had CP holders out there. And
What does that mean?
Certificates of purchase on the back taxes.
Oh, I see. So they were basically abandoned and
Right,
somebody
and-
purchased the taxes and.
And the person who then got a treasurer's deed to the property.
Erased everything.
Got it free and clear.
Yeah.
Now, the city has the same statute for abatement, but their lien survives the
That's what we need to
treasurer's
do.
deed. We've asked, I think staff has asked for changes to the state statute, and legislature has elected to not change it.
Right, but that's going to remain one of the issues that we want to ask this legislature to change as soon as possible. It seems to me they gave that authority to the cities and they didn't give that authority to the counties, and this is this is a situation that counties needs to resolve. So the answer to that question is we can lien a property if we go in there and clean it up and fix the problem, but that lien may not survive a certificate of purchase or a treasurer's deed. And we need to solve that particular last problem. I was looking for a way to feed that county abatement fund by creating, something that can be assessed that you would pay, even administrative costs, not just cleaning up the property, but actually adding the time and effort that it took to get it done from the county itself. Now, I know we can't charge more than we can prove, we spent, but we certainly spend a lot of time, talking about how to solve some of these problems. And I think we can quantify that time and start the process so we can actually get back to some sort of county abatement fund. We could probably set aside some money out of our emergency account, set it on the county abatement fund as a reserve account, and have that be the initial money that is used to process. But then that money, we need to make sure that money gets back to the county in some way, because hell, we're gonna go out there and solve a problem for somebody else. Really, when you clean up those sites, you're making that property valuable again, because it certainly isn't valuable with the conditions it normally is in.
Well, it's
Or
hurting
at least
other
it costs more
property
to get
values
it.
too. It's hurting the surrounding values.
Yeah, that's right, and it's hurting the surrounding values.
Mr.
So-
Chairman?
Sure.
I see you making notes, Susan. That's something I think we should put forward to CSA for the summit. And now that Ed brings that up, I remember that fight. And
That was just last year.
we didn't have a lot of success with the legislature, but of course, people change. And I think it's worth going after it again.
Yeah, we had.
If the city has the authority, I don't know why the county wouldn't.
All right, got it. What else do you need?
Then legal action, we can seek an abatement order, which we're doing.
Right of entry and liens.
Right of entry. If we are planning to go in and clean it up for them, we
Got it.
have to have legal right to enter, and then place in the liens. Either from the civil sanction or the
The reimbursement.
reimbursement.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
can you go back 2 screens?
Which one?
One or two?
One more. So the question would be, if after the final compliance hearing, can we then direct you to just have the hearing officer refer it straight to the court or your staff?
It needs to be a
without
decision.
going through another level of, if they find that they're not doing anything, can we just go straight to court?
It basically, is he asking
Been
you to
requested
skip
that
the board?
We've been asked any court action that we take, that we
Bring it to the
bring it
board.
to you.
Yeah.
And so we need to have that clarified of whether you want us to notify you or not.
Well, okay, I guess what I would want is the board to be notified like the next board meeting, or within 30 days. And bring it to us right away so that the board can take action.
And that's what we're trying to do with the abatement cases, is bring them as the closest board meeting that we can.
All right.
Keep them moving forward.
But let's put it to you this way. Because I've been through a lot of this process. We've been through this process before where some of the actions taken by the Department of Development Services have been on their own, basically. And then we find out they sued someone and then they lose the case and then re-sue someone or found another angle. And that's where that came from. That came from the fact that every once in a while, we'd like to know what you're doing, especially if you're suing, and if you're suing the county, that's even worse. But, so that's where that comes from. It wasn't, and I don't think at this particular time, intended to preclude you guys from taking action in cases that are obviously a problem, but then we don't know what obviously a problem is gonna turn out to be eventually. So notice is good. And now whether we can skip the process, I think it's more a legal question than anything else, whether the board needs to make a decision to go to abatement or not, or if it's an automatic process that you guys can do. Are you bringing this to us because we ask you to bring it to us, or are you bringing this to us because it takes a decision of the board to go through abatement?
I wanted to bring it to you so that you're notified.
Well, notification is different than decision. Notification is just letting us know. Are you telling me that you're able, without the board's approval, to take something to abatement?
Mr. Chairman, all I would need is a request from the planning director
To you or to us?
to the county attorney's office.
So you're basically allowing us to step into this process because you're concerned that some of these actions may bring political heat or some complaining to us that we'd like to know about. So you're taking the heat from
We
you
want to
guys
make
to us,
sure
right?
that you're aware of them. And if we have to
Oh,
notify.
aware. I can understand the aware part. It's just that you're asking us to actually take these cases through abatement, and that's making the decision, up to us. And I don't mind that. I tell you what, I don't mind that.
I guarantee you, we're getting more flack from the surrounding
That's right.
residents than we are from that one person.
That's right. So as you can see, if you bring us a case like the ones you brought to us before, there's going to be very little resistance because most of the time you've gone through a lot. That's what you're actually telling us. You've gone through a lot of processes, a lot of opportunities for that person to solve that case. So the question that, again, gets to the top of this discussion is, do we want to be involved in these abatement processes each and every time? Or can we simply say that if something meets a certain standard or certain process, has gone through a certain process, you can then just simply go through the process of abatement directly with the county attorney? If that is the question that you're asking, I'll say that even if you have to bring each one of those cases to us for us to make that decision, it protects you from the unwanted pressure of some supervisor complaining about some property owner who feels that he's been, how would I say this? We're in a Yuma County. Yeah, we're in a rural county. People think they can do whatever they do because they move into the county and they've got nobody to account to, which is not truly the case. But a lot of people feel that way. I mean, if people feel that their rights of, that the civil rights are being violated because we ask them to put a mask, imagine what it would be if we just simply took every case to court and said, okay, well, you're paying for that. But you have brought enough facts out in each one of these cases so that we can defend ourselves in case that property owner comes up to us and says, why are they doing this? They're, trampling my property rights. We'll say, well, we're not trampling your property rights. You're trampling somebody else's property rights by not doing whatever you're supposed to do. It gives us an opportunity to be informed and we are able to deal with it. So if it's just a matter of notice, as you said, a moment ago, if it's just a matter of notice or if it's a matter of making a decision, it's what's in front of us, I think. I'd say that if you let us make the decision, it takes the heat off of you and it puts it on us, where it will eventually end up anyway.
That's right.
So to me, bring them on, even if you have to, set up something in the agenda to discuss 3 cases at a time or 5 cases at a time. They don't certainly take long after you put the pictures up. So, so we could actually do them in a group almost. So that would be my personal opinion on this, is that I think a lot of this heat that you guys are taking eventually gets to us anyway, and then we have to have you guys come and explain it to us. If you explain it to us ahead of time, then we can deal with it right away and say, look, we've seen the pictures, we've seen what your garage looks like or whatever, and you have no right to complain. You were given plenty of chances,
Clean it up.
to fix it.
That's right.
So fix it up or pay up, right?
Appreciate that.
Okay, all right. You're still gonna continue with the presentation?
Just a little bit. Because
I keep telling you guys, you better quit while you're ahead. You gotta bring out something. You close it up, you got it.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor McLeod had a question that I need to get to.
Who?
Supervisor
Ah,
McLeod had a
McLeod always has questions. You're never gonna get to it. Finish it. Go ahead.
So,
No,
Uh,
just kidding.
there is an opportunity that we can seek prosecution. I'm only aware of maybe one situation where we've prosecuted somebody for a violation. So
Yeah,
recommendations
didn't
that we
work
would
out.
have is we continue to bring the cases to you. The types of cases that we would bring, of these 80 that we don't have a complaint on, would be the junk, the ones that are not of use or not compatible use. And that's it. The others we feel that would need to have a new complaint on them.
I like that. Thank you.
I think we need to give you enough leeway to determine what's impacting the public safety and health and safety. And I think that is not what we intended when we said, do not start a case unless somebody complains. We intended that to be
We still have
more
that.
in issues.
We still have that in our
Yeah,
process.
I know,
that if
I know,
there's those
I know.
in there.
I won't change that.
And so when we look at them, the things that we recommend for an expedited case, there's some that are so glaring that there's really no point in saying they didn't know. This is so bad that they had to have known. And so with those, we could eliminate the courtesy notice, and then we can personally serve those
Ooh, that too much.
to reduce the time frame on that. The board directing the hearing officers in those particular cases can say, we only want one compliance hearing. We don't want sequential hearings. So those are some items that you can do based off of those most severe cases. What I have identified as the most severe cases would be, it's covering 25% of the viewable area. So we show up to the site and we can see this much space. 25% or more of it is
Covered with junk.
covered with junk or incompatible use, or we have a serious safety or health issue.
But you could have like an old beat up RV that doesn't cover 25%, that's next to somebody else's yard, that it's a hazard. So that's kind of a little bit subjective.
Agreed, but it is a measurable thing that we can look at.
Okay, all right.
If there's a test you would like to have used,
Well, I think that,
we need to have a
yeah, I think
test.
that would cover it under imminent hazard, health risk, or unsafe condition. I forgot that. You have other ways to cover those type of situations. But what you're saying is, look, either one of them could trigger this, or, one of them could trigger this. Okay?
And with that,
Yeah. No. You should have left that one there. That was the one that you should have gotten to right away, right? What do you got? Establish an expedited process for worst cases, bring site conditions, right? Planning director will administrative process for cases that are not met criteria. Expedited process, yeah, we like that, the expedited process and the conditions for expedited process. I think you guys, you were, like always, very thorough, and that helps.
Well, hopefully it helps you and
It helps
Maggie
us
and
too,
helps
to
us too.
understand.
Yes.
So, yes,
and we'll work with Paul to get the
that's right.
legislative changes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you.
Supervisor McLeod?
Craig, of the 80 cases that are just hanging out there, how many of them would actually meet this process? Not exactly, but just what's your thought?
49. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
What kind of job?
There's 49 junk cases, and I know that we've taken a couple of those.
You've been paying attention, Supervisor McLeod.
Probably
49 junkies.
Where it's been a while, if 50% of them are there, we're probably looking at 20 to 30 cases that would meet that.
Okay, and so we'll go back and do this process.
Right.
The expedited process.
When we look at the legal process of taking something to court, we've been directed that it's best if we exhaust our administrative processes before we go to court, because that's going to be the question that they ask. Have you exhausted all your other recourses first? And so that on these older ones, we did take it through the process. The hearing officer closed the case. So we feel that we could proceed on to court with those. But it would be the judgment of the county attorney if they'd want to proceed, or if they'd want us to go through that process again.
And then, Mr. Chairman, it would seem that we need to fund the abatement fund again. So historically, does anybody know what that was when we had one? What that dollar amount was?
I don't remember it right offhand.
But we'll need to fund that if this is going to be effective. Right?
If
No,
there's
the
a
county
desire to
attorney
do
works
that,
for
we can
free.
bring another item back for that.
No, it's to clean a property when they don't. You know,
Well, the
they've got
property department
go
also
all the way
works for
to right to enter and enter a
What
lien
would
process.
you say that the county abatement fund would be used for? If we're using all county stuff and if we're using, I mean,
To clean the
staff.
property if they don't.
I know, but I mean, we don't charge.
Uh,
We don't spend the money
manpower.
unless we hire someone from outside.
That's how it works.
We'd hire somebody from
Oh,
outside.
that's how it works, okay.
It's not in the public works venue to work on private property.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I can recall when we had that fund.
As a matter of fact, I can recall having the probation department use some of the people in probation to clean up some sites.
That can be done.
I mean, that's why I ask, okay. But look, if we have to set it up at an amount, say it's 50,000, because I think 50,000 pretty big and pretty well covered, you know, it's a reserve account. As long as we establish that this will be, you know, spendable and lienable. I mean, we put a lien on the property and try to make sure that that lien is strong enough to withstand the treasurer's deed situation, so that essentially whenever those people that are buying that property or the taxes on that property know that that lien's there, and they have to take care of that, not only the taxes that are due. All right. Is that good enough for you?
Yeah.
You Don't
I
say.
think just historic, we just need to look back. Somebody,
Yeah.
they'll be able to find the history on what we funded
Well,
that at.
the problem with history is that, you know, I mean, and we're gonna get into that pretty quickly, is that, you know, $10,000 10 years ago were like $20,000 today, and it's just different. I mean, it's just more expensive. Inflation takes its
We just
toll.
need to know what that number was and figure out what it needs to be for today.
I don't need to know that, but it's okay. I understand what you're saying. I just kidding you.
We
All
can,
right.
we can bring back another item for that
Funding.
specific thing.
Yeah, because if we're going to do it, we need to do it right.
Just don't bring a you know, presentation together with that. Just, you know, just a simple one-page thing. All right, gotcha. Anything else?
You're terrible.
No, nothing. Do you need direction from us?
Yes, I was gonna say, because that's what they're here for. I think that's what we
No,
talked
that's right.
about
But
last
I
meeting.
think,
To expedite this process, because, I mean, it was taking 2-3 years, as you just said, as you have some 3 years ago, and you still haven't done anything. So,
I think they feel they've got the direction. We just discussed it and we're good.
well, it's just to take them to abatement, or how fast are we gonna take them to abatement?
well, you know, I think
look
that
at the
you
expedited
look at the
process.
overall recommendations. That's why I said this is the best and the one that we all need to take a look at, because these are recommendations, okay? To establish an expedited process for the worst cases, to bring the site condition to the board for abatement, planning revenue will administrate that do not meet the criteria for expedited, and then there's an expedited process. Eliminate the courtesy notice, use in-person service, schedule mid-monthly hearing if necessary. These are the recommendations, and I
like
say
4
that if we
months?
give you directions to follow them,
Expedited would take like
Yeah,
4
but-
months.
But days, I mean, that could take a year.
well, that's what it is. I mean, it's not so, well, let me explain. From what I understand, there are some things you can't skip. I mean, some things need to take place, and people need to know that there's a process. I guess what Supervisor Porches is saying is, look, we want to put a cap on how long that process will take. In other words, even you got to give us and you did. As a matter of fact, it was pretty explainable right there. But you did give us, what it typically takes to get to this point. It's typically a year process, typically a 12-month process, more or less. It's less if a person complies. It's more if they ask for extension hearings and keep pulling it off. I guess what we need to get to, and I think I'd sympathize with Supervisor Porcias when he says, okay, look, we just need to give it a deadline, a time frame, and it's any of these cases need to be to us before the end of a 12-month period. Is that what you're basically saying, or 6 months or 9 months?
Well, I think that's what we need to mainly tell them, because if not, they're gonna say, well, you gave this direction, they follow that. I mean, that's 30 days. Even if they go with 7, it's 30, 60, 90, and then another 30 over here to close.
No.
Yeah, that's what I
Mr.
mean.
Chairman?
Yes.
I added it up. It's about 4 months. Wouldn't you agree, Craig?
No,
On the
it's more.
expedited?
On the expedited, if we
On
were
the
to
expedited.
30, we would have 7 days for the hearing. Initial hearing
I see 6 months.
would be about 2 weeks. Then they would give 30 days.
Let me.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm gonna finish.
So that's,
When he finishes.
yeah, about somewhere around 4 months.
Right
Wait a
at 4
minute.
months,
45
right?
days.
Do you have any notices? Do you have any notice
45 days.
where you have to let people know before you have this hearing? Because I think you're looking at the days that you have to do something, but it's not necessarily the days they have to respond.
Mr. Chairman, some of it depends on whether we're able to serve the ordinance.
Yeah.
There's times when we run into instances where we send out a courtesy notice and there's no
back.
response.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's no response, the case is scheduled for the hearing officer. However, the hearing officer cannot hear the case if the property owner has not been served.
Mm-hmm.
So it has to be pulled from the hearing officer schedule until successful service is made, either by mail or personal service. There's times where we can't get any.
Either
So that'll
one.
hold up the process. So putting a definitive number as far
tough.
as
Right.
from
Begin to
being
end.
able to process the case from beginning to end is pretty difficult to
Right.
accomplish because of those circumstances.
But assuming successful service within a couple of weeks, I counted about 4 months, beginning to end. That's kind of what I calculated, right?
And part of that will be the direction that you give the hearing officers on number of continuances and
See, that gets really complicated for me because a person that is trying to clean up some of them are people who bought property that was already in a very bad condition. So we're asking them to clean it up, right? And they're trying to, and they're moving forward and so forth. And I think that, that I feel like mandatory sentencing for me, right? Is that you're telling someone that you have to do something with regards to their situation. And that is not what I really wanted. What I really wanted was a process that was fair and just for the neighbors, for the property owners, and for us. And that doesn't necessarily mean putting in a time frame on it. It means you getting it done in an expedited process. Sometimes the expedited process isn't going to begin in 3 months. So it's saying that in 4 months or 5 months, you got to get this thing done. It's not feasibly workable. We have to say the direction that I would like to give you is, look, expedite this process as much as you can, given what you've got to go through. And as soon as these people don't seem to be able to come into compliance, bring it to us for an abatement hearing where we send it to court. That's what I would like to give you as direction. But telling you 6 months, 4 months, a year, like I spended it to a year, it's really giving you a deadline you may not be able to meet, and it doesn't necessarily deal with the issue at hand. It deals with the complaint, and it deals with the speed under which a complaint is resolved. But every case is an individual case, and the hearing officer telling them that he only has 30 days to fix the problem when the person may need 45, it's not really what I wanted to do with this process. I think what I wanted to do with this, personally, what I wanted to do with this process is make sure that people know and understand we're gonna go the full road, the full way. If you don't solve that problem, you'll end up in court. And you'll end up in court, and we'll end up cleaning your property and putting a lien on your property. I want people to know that, and I want people to I want you to be able to use that as a tool to get people to comply. I don't necessarily look at, if it takes 3 months or 4 months or 6 months. I just want people to know that we are giving people as many opportunities as possible. That's why I asked that question. Have you given that person as many opportunities as you possibly can? And the answer is yes. If your answer is yes in 4 months, I'll say go to abatement. If your answer is yes in 6 months, I'll say you go to abatement. If your answer is yes in 9 months, you're giving them all the opportunity, then we'll go to abatement. And that's what I really want. I don't think that setting up a day, and I agree that the pressure is, people make a complaint, you shouldn't take 2 years to resolve it. I agree with that. And, you know, and I think that throughout this whole process, we have been able to basically tell you, we don't want to see that. We don't want people to think we're not doing as much as possible to solve their case or solve the issues. At the same time, I don't know, I do understand that if you put a time frame on it, it forces people to do things. That's what I think the process is. In the case of a city, I think it's easier because the city can simply go in there and clean it up and then get paid. In our case, we want to extenuate every possible avenue because we may not end up recouping the money. We may end up solving the problem ourselves, but not able to recuperate the money. In other words, we'll solve the problem for the property owner so somebody can buy the property and get it done better.
Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I want to comment that I think, you know, you've nailed it. You know,
at the beginning, so I extended too much.
So, you know, I totally agree with that. And I don't know, you don't need a motion, do you? Just kind of a consensus from the board, or do you need a motion?
We'll take a motion if you want it.
We're essentially working with what you have just described.
Okay.
We are working, and let me see if I can phrase this. We are working to
Go ahead.
to efficiently process the enforcement of the zoning ordinance. Once we get to the point where no further compliance is being made, recommend closing the case and proceeding to the board to
do an abatement.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question too on if the hearing officer gives them 30 days and then they come back in that 30 days, you guys go back out and take another picture to see if there has been any movement on cleaning it up.
Right.
So if there's movement cleaning it up and they need extra time, the hearing officer can see that and grant them a little extra time. But on the other hand, you go back out there and there is no movement to clean it up, it looks exactly like it did 30 days ago, then we can move it forward.
That's right. Yeah. And I think that's the direction
that's the key.
Yeah.
Because the hearing officer can give them, or they pay a fine, like, I mean, there's many cases, you mentioned them, they pay the fine and that was it. That's why my question was a while ago, because we were just probably going after the fine. That's how it seems like it, because that was it. We didn't do anything else after that. So if they pay a fine and they still don't move anything, it doesn't need to go to the hearing officer again. I think that's where I think we talked about it last meeting with Maggie to expedite this.
Get it to the abatement process.
I agree with Supervisor Porteous that we've taken it through the hearing officer process. It's been closed. Let's go out, get new photos on it so where you can see the current situation, and we'll bring it to you for
further
direction.
Okay. That's it. That's the direction you'll get. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I started to sound like Elvis Presley there, but I stopped. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Ma'am,
You need the hair.
What's her name? Jennifer? Mr. Mindra? You know, you asked to speak at the call to the public, and the call to the public, I'll open it up. Is there some particular issue you want to talk about that is in the agenda, or is it just general?
Yeah, I don't actually know how to get onto the agenda. I'm new at the game.
Okay. All right, we'll address that at the end. Yeah. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll try to speed it up. I'm normally known to try to speed it up. Okay.
Should they be any different?
Well, I tried, man, but you guys got too many questions. I got too many questions. All right, so let's move on to a program to assist businesses in unincorporated Yuma County area. Okay, how much? Oh, I'm just kidding.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Ian McGahee, Deputy County Administrator. I only have a 45-slide PowerPoint for you this morning.
As long as you do it in 45 seconds, I've got no problem.
45 slides. Just kidding. So at your last regular meeting, you directed staff to continue to look at a business support program that passed our attorney's review based on the unique restrictions that counties face, particularly in relations to allocation of CARES Act funds. Governor Doug Ducey recently announced the creation of a $10 million Arizona Small Business Rent and Mortgage Relief Grant Fund, and I'll provide a brief overview of that program and how the county can augment it to support local businesses outside the incorporated areas of the county. Before I do that, I just want to thank the County Attorney's Office for their assistance with this project. So the state has partnered with the Local First Arizona Foundation to administer the Arizona Small Business Rent and Mortgage Relief Grant Program with the goal of providing financial assistance to small businesses specifically mandated to pause operations due to the coronavirus pandemic. Eligible businesses are those named in Executive Order 2043 and include gyms, fitness centers and studios, bars, water parks, and movie theaters. Grants will cover up to 2 months of rent and mortgage payments with a maximum award of $25,000 per business. Grants are prioritized for businesses with fewer than 50 employees and are most in need of the funding to meet their rent or mortgage obligations and have little access to other financial support. The need has been so great throughout the state that within 1 week, applications for the program were closed due to the overwhelming response. Only 3 local businesses from outside the incorporated areas of Yuma County had applied before the application process was closed. The governor's office did note that this state grant program may be expanded by any city or county government with funds available to dedicate to the program, with any funds dedicated being granted to eligible small businesses within their jurisdictions. So even though applications to the state's program funds have been closed, the county is still able to partner with Local First to provide funding and assistance to businesses here in the unincorporated areas of Yuma County. As you know, the county does not have a business licensing program, so it's somewhat difficult to ascertain exactly how many and which businesses have been affected by the governor's order in the unincorporated areas. However, using lists from the Chamber and GYEDC and going through Google Maps, we've determined that there are a handful of businesses eligible. It appears that Executive Order 2020-43 had a greater impact on cities than on the unincorporated areas, at least in Yuma County. We did look at some other potential options for your consideration. The Western Arizona Economic Development District is expected to be receiving close to $1 million from the U.S. Economic Development Administration for a revolving loan fund, an RLF, to assist businesses in Yuma, La Paz, and Mojave counties. Businesses must demonstrate that credit is not otherwise available. The downsides of a county contribution to that fund is that once the county funds are injected into it, the funds are subject to all the rules and regulations of the entire grant, including being unable to limit the geographic distribution of the funds to the specific areas in Yuma County. And also, once funds are contributed, they cannot be withdrawn back out even if they go unused. We looked at the potential of doing a companion program working directly with WAED, limited to our geographic area of concern, though after speaking with the representative from EDA who is overseeing this RLF, his recommendation is to watch the $1 million fund to see how the needs are being addressed and how the funds are being allocated. We do have an existing economic development incentive policy that allows for financial support on a case-by-case basis for businesses that expand employment in vital sectors to generate infrastructure improvements that benefit and become an asset of Yuma County. Businesses may apply for this assistance, and if appropriate criteria is met, the application is brought to the board for consideration for funding. The county has been proactive in other ways to support businesses during these times. The board's support for the Yuma County COVID-19 Early Warning Workforce Protection Project protects the health of ag workers while helping to ensure stable and safe operations for our ag businesses. And county support of schools and local agencies, such as providing 121 agencies, including 72 schools with nearly 1 million pieces of PPE, helps to keep personnel and students safe. Also, the county developed a one-stop shop portal, which you've heard about today, for schools and parents on our website as a resource to get the information they need to make smart decisions. And of course, the board recently approved a reduction of 2.06 cents in the property tax rate for all funds. So back to the Small Business Rent and Mortgage Relief Grant Program to assist qualifying local businesses outside incorporated areas of Yuma County. The county may contribute to this program by authorizing the execution of a services agreement between Yuma County and Local First Arizona Foundation, and by allocating a contribution amount. Please note that Local First Arizona charges a 5% fee to cover administrative costs, so any allocation should include the appropriate fee. Any funds not used would be returned to the county, and the general funds, the county's general fund contingency would be the budget authority for any allocation of funds toward this project.
That's good. That was good. So this was basically a project that I looked at because Supervisor McLeod kept at it, insisting that businesses needed help to come back, and I agree with that. And so we were looking for a way to make that help available. I mean, obviously we're not, at least I'm not looking to put together a program that simply gives out money out to, businesses. I think businesses that need the help need to apply, and they need to justify the money. So having said that, I am more than willing to, set this up as long as the attorneys, as long as our legal advice is there that we can do this. And it seems to me mortgage relief, it's going to be a big issue. I think that a lot of people may not understand that what's happening right now, it's a moratorium. It's not, you're getting free rent. It's accumulating. People are going to end up in a situation where they didn't pay rent for 3 months, 4 months, and now they're not going to have to pay it. And so this type of situation, I think, helps a lot with those businesses that, have a high rent responsibility or mortgage responsibility. And although I think that the private sector individuals that, just people who pay rent are going to be in this situation, that's not the situation that we can deal with or we can face right now. I think that is being provided through the state, some other ways in the federal government. But I do want to emphasize that I think in the majority of cases for businesses that haven't been asked to pay rent, they're going to be asked to pay rents. And they're going to be going through such a difficult time gearing up, especially when you've got to gear up to open up 25% or 50%, that rent is going to be a major issue. So I truly believe that this is one real way we can support some of those businesses that are going to end up in a situation where they just, it's a rent bill, it's just delayed. And it's going to be much bigger than they can handle at the beginning of this, restart of business. So I'm willing to go ahead and support. Do you have any ideas, Supervisor McLeod, on what we can start with? I do want to remind everybody else that part of this situation is that whatever amount we set up in that fund, if it isn't used, it'll come back to Yuma County. We've had this happen before. As a matter of fact, during the immigration crisis, we set aside $25,000 to rent a building, and it was never used. It came back. But I think it shows a willingness to step up. As restricted as we are in the use of state funds, we're still trying to figure out a way to do this. And I think it behooves me saying, but I do like the idea that supervisors are looking at all these different situations that where we can step in and help. I know that old saying about we're from the government and we're here to help has just become a situation where, or your check's in the mail type of thing. It's not really what people. It's what really people expect, and I don't want that to be the expectation. I do want this to be a true program that can help, and so I do want to make sure that whatever the regulations are, and I see some of the regulations, they're followed, but they don't become a hindrance. I mean, some of these small businesses that need the help certainly are not capable sometimes of filling in, a lot of this application process. So I hope these people from Local First Arizona are set up to help people go through the process, because the process sometimes is a hindrance. Sometimes the process becomes so difficult that people just give up. And I hope that message is given. What are the rest of the board? How does the rest of the board feel?
I think you asked me for a number, and I think it's probably around, what do you think, Ian, about 200,000?
Yes, I think that's actually a spot-on amount. I think based on our research, that would provide enough support for eligible businesses should they all apply and be successfully awarded. So,
and we could always drop more in if necessary, right?
Or
if
drop
it were
less.
depleted.
That's right.
If the
Or reimburse
demand
for
exceeded
those that aren't.
So that's the number supervisor.
Well, I think that we can do this incrementally. I think that we can, probably, I would have liked to set it up at 100,000, and if more comes in
Yeah.
and the need, if they run out of
If the
funds in,
needs.
say, a month or two, come back and say, okay, well, let's refill the fund. I don't mind
agree.
200,000.
Two and then claw it back, whatever's not used. That's easier.
All right, well.
Requires
I don't
less
know.
action.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I think it's two.
And just a reminder,
Where's it
Chairman
coming
and
from?
members of the board, with the 5% fee, if you wanted to allocate 200,000 and then
10,000.
10,000 on top
10,000
of
will
that.
be administrative, and that would be within the 200,000.
Well,
So
you
that
could
makes
do
it
it
100.
either way. You
Yeah,
could do it-
well,
190 and
normally
then
when you
10.
give out a grant of any kind, there's some administrative fee that goes with it to manage it. And so I don't feel that that's necessarily something unusual. As a matter of fact, 5% I think is low. But
is.
then
That's
again,
Typically low.
yeah, technically it's low. I mean, normally it's 10, 15%. I mean, because it does take
Mm-hmm.
some effort and time, but because they're probably handling more than our money, they probably are funded some other way. And so they can sustain that, but it's good. So $200,000 with the 5% coming off the 200,000 to cover the administrative expenses.
I
Is
agree.
that
I'm good
okay?
with that.
Yes.
Because we can always dribble more.
Now,
in.
Susan, I know you've been gearing up to say something.
No, you just need to make a motion and it's
Oh, I know.
provided in the agenda item for you.
There is an addenda item?
Yes.
I didn't see
Number
it.
6, number
Right,
5.
you'll see the recommended motion has two parts.
Okay.
And before we make a motion, I just want to ask, want to make sure. So who's going to set the amount? What businesses qualify or for how much?
It's 2 months rent for
Oh, just the
mortgage.
2 months
months
rent?
With a
rent
cap
for
of
mortgage.
25,000.
Yeah,
Up
2
to
months rent,
25,000.
cap of
Up
25,000.
to 25,000?
Yeah, and it limits it to
So
businesses less than
businesses
50
that were
people.
closed or limits, yeah. So-
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll go through local first.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. I think we talked about this plenty. I think people expect the wheels of government take a long time. We just want to make sure that this one don't take a long time.
Russell, you?
Chairman, move to approve
Yeah.
a program to assist businesses in unincorporated Yuma County experiencing economic distress caused by COVID-19, and authorize the chairman to execute the services agreement between Yuma County and Local First Arizona Foundation, and appropriate a contribution amount of $200,000 with a 5% administrative fee included.
I'll second that. Mhm.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. I suppose that the budgetary process to get this done will be done. So I don't think we need to get into that. So all those in favor of that motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank you,
you.
Board.
That was a
Thanks,
good
Ian.
presentation.
Good
Very,
job.
very short, very concise, very good. Okay, the next item is county administration to adopt budget amendment resolution number 2106, transferring $150,000 of available and appropriated contingency from general fund reserve for emergencies to facilitate facilities management, small tools, 50,000, information technology services, small tools, 74,000, and general fund non-departmental small tools, 26,000, to make purchases of COVID-19 related items needed for the county's continued response to the pandemic, to prepare for the phased reopening of county buildings, and to provide budget authority for additional county response to future issues arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that the item, as explained, is pretty self-explanatory, but go ahead. Somebody coming up? Nobody?
Mr.
Well, I can, we
Mr.
can handle
Chairman,
this.
the county has applied for 2 grants related to COVID-19 expenditures. And although we have made expenditures and submitted those expenditures for reimbursement through both grants, neither has provided any reimbursement funds back yet. In the meantime, departments have been using their normal budget authority to purchase these items, anticipating reimbursement. Those items were COVID items were not included in anybody's budget. So they've been expending money for COVID-related activities, which then depletes their amount for their normal operations.
I know, okay.
So this appropriation we're asking for is to cover those expenses, anticipating that we will get reimbursed, but if we don't, then we still have to, our ongoing operations for these 3 departments in particular need to be funded sufficiently. So
Right.
again,
So-
if it's not expended, it will flow to fund balance. If it is expended, we're hoping for reimbursement.
And if we
That's
get a
what we're asking
grant, they will replace the funds that I spend it on this. Let me just say before we go into a vote of this, because I don't think it's going to be, well, I don't feel it's going to be much controversial. I do want to state that a return to normalcy cannot be achieved when government itself is not returning to somewhat normalcy. And these restrictions that apply to for people coming in, I don't mind. But I do mind the fact that people have to be sort of, in a way, you have to have an appointment and you have to come in and, ring the bell for somebody to come. I get it. It's a safety measure, but at some particular point in time, that doesn't feel normal to me. It feels
It's not.
very restrictive. I do get it. I am one of those guys that said, wearing a mask and social distancing. It's just that I think that somehow government needs to be put in a situation where they're leading the way, not behind everybody. And in this particular case, I think we're behind people. People are starting to, to go back to the theater. I went to the theater, which is one of my big deals.
Oh my
And
God.
they're restricting, they're restricting a little bit, but it doesn't feel like they're restricted because they're taking the measurements they have to take inside. You can't get a refill. You have to, get in a cup. But it feels a lot more normal than trying to get to a county building, whether it's the library or whether it's here, or the assessor's office or the recorder's office or anything. It doesn't feel like much changing there. From 3 or 4 or 5 months ago. So I do know that you have a team working on the reopening, and I've seen some of the recommendations, and I like them. Taking the temperature is not one of my things, but it's fine. Especially when we know so many asymptomatic people are walking around.
Yeah.
You may take their temperature, you may even take their blood, but it's not going to help. They're symptomatic, they're going to come in. So to me, I just want to see if there's a way that team can consider opening up a little more in a normal way, not so much in a COVID way. And I know we're still in the COVID pandemic. I get it. I just wanted to make that point because this is my personal feeling. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I just, because we're dealing with COVID-19 restrictions and we're talking about the small tools, which I suppose is just, antibacterial, things and what's it called? Thermometers and the gloves or the mask. That's all COVID related. The plastic shields, that kind of stuff. I understand that that's what this is related to mostly. I just want you to know that once you set up all these barriers, you need to open up a little bit and let people in to get some views from that. So having said all that, do I hear a motion to approve the item as presented?
I move adopt budget amendment resolution number 2106.
And I know Supervisor Simmons second that, because I think he said I moved second.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
he seconded that motion, so there's been a motion and a second. Any more discussion on this? If not, all those in favor signify. I knew it.
The recommended motion is much longer. Do you need the whole thing?
As presented.
The resolution is fine. Okay, thank you.
All right, so having gone through that particular question, all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7, County Administration here, presentation and feedback and action and direction regarding regional efforts to expand broadband access to Yuma region. I do want to set this up a little bit for you, Paul. You come forward. In the many different ways that I've been asked how we're addressing all these new issues that have come up because of COVID-19, the fact is that one of the issues that impact most people out in the county that is becoming a barrier for most people is that there really isn't any broadband access or internet access in some of the outlying areas. They have to depend on some sort of a satellite dish or something like that that is not really predictable, that drops off. A lot of these people that need to work from home can't work from home because they live in a house out in the county that doesn't have, what do they call that? Modem, the cable, like a cable connection, which is a lot more stable according to, what I hear. So we've been talking about broadband expansion for a long time out in the counties, in the rural areas. I wouldn't call it the counties alone, it's the rural areas. And we keep talking about it, and I was hoping that COVID would allow us as counties to make some decisions regarding that and to see if there's a way we can, as counties, improve that situation out in the rural areas. And so I've asked Susan and Paul to bring us an update on the situation with broadband expansion in the counties to see if there's a way that we as counties, or we as Yuma County, can get in the forefront of having this services provided. We received a lot, well, some funds, a lot of funds to deal with COVID that I think we need to make sure people don't see as us feeding the coffers of the county as opposed to solving problems that are being brought forward by the situation we're dealing with. So Paul, it's your show.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Paul Melcher, Director of Economic Development and Intergovernmental Affairs. So as you began, Mr. Chairman, with the prelude into the presentation, you really hit on a chord there that we all began recognizing. Back when we started talking about economic development 4 or 5 years ago, we understood that there was an importance for broadband, but we also understood for our region the importance of the other utility type infrastructures where you're looking at roads, water, wastewater treatment, rail, and electricity, natural gas, those elements, because that was really the driver at that time in terms of what we were discussing. But you hit the nail on the head in terms of broadband becoming much more important. You can have localized or even remote business opportunities that could come up that as long as they have data, those businesses can continue to operate and perform those business functions. So as we've moved forward, we've understood that all of this infrastructure now is so important and key in terms of developing, and actually it's not only recruiting new businesses into the region, but allowing those existing businesses to also expand, because we know as business operations become more sophisticated, even locally, with what we've looked at that already exists in Yuma, that data capacity, the high-speed internet needs to be available for those expansions.
Before you begin, I do not want a full presentation of all those things. I just want you to focus on the broadband system, okay? Because that's a long presentation. It was 11:13. I wanted to get everybody here out by noon. That's no way if you go through the whole presentation. So I hope you just glean out the broadband infrastructure issue for us and not spend a lot of time explaining to us how the other, things come into play, okay?
So when we look at this overall, we're taking a regional stance on broadband because we understand that as we've worked together as economic development professionals, as cities and towns and the counties, we want to make sure that we're doing it in a comprehensive way so that we're really recruiting the region and not just recruiting between the cities, the towns and counties in some kind of competition. As you can see here, regional broadband has an impact on all these sectors. There's an education sector that really relies on high-speed data, not only for the teaching aspects, for remote teaching, but for research. You have the advanced manufacturing and those businesses that need the high-speed data, particularly as we start recruiting those businesses into the region. When we look at the library districts and the public health sectors, we're really focusing on here the telemedicine aspects, but also you're looking at the ability to have people access information, again, through the library system from the high-speed internet. When we look at this also, the discussion about 5G networks coming into the region, broadband and high-speed internet is going to be key here. You have to have that backbone infrastructure as a region for 5G, high-speed wireless capabilities to be able to perform here as expected as well. And then we're also looking at the corridors. When we get down to the rural areas of Yuma County, it's going to be incumbent upon us to look at these corridors here, I-8, SR 195, and US Highway 95 as corridors to be able to take and travel high-speed broadband, which would be the conduit and the fiber necessary to pull that off. So as we look here, when we get down to it, these are the collaborations that we're working on. Regionally, we have a broadband action team through GYDC where we meet and we've been working on these items. Currently, thanks to the city of Yuma and their staff, the city was undertaking a high-speed internet broadband capacity study, and they agreed to expand it to include the whole county. So right now, the consultant, which is Kimley Horn, is conducting the specific interviews to determine what the needs are of the region in order to look at high-speed internet, but also how the future of 5G looks. I'm going to get into the South County broadband project in much more detail, but that's another one between several stakeholders that we have going on. As I referenced before, ADOT's looking at the specific corridors. The Sun corridor is their target right now, but we've requested that they also look at I-8 extending from Gila Bend all the way to California as an additional corridor as they move forward. And then I wanted to also mention E-rate. We're looking at some partnerships with E-rate. That's a federal government program that provides high-speed internet access to the library system. However, you can't branch off of those E-rate connections. So we're trying to figure out how we can utilize E-rate and partner with them to establish some beginning and end connections that would allow us to fill in the middle in terms of some of our other projects. Speaking specifically to the South County project, what we really are looking forward here is to accomplish several things, and mostly what we're looking at is a connection between Somerton and the port of entry. Somerton has some specific developments in and around Highway 95 for industrial. So we're looking at job creation here. You'd have an expansion here that would be probably limited access because there's not a real need for spurs off of here. And excuse me, I'm jumping a little bit ahead. This would be both a road and a high-speed internet project. So the road here provides the connectivity for the freight. Yes,
Just
sir.
a question, because I'm aware, because I'm a developer, just in case people don't know that, I develop properties in San Luis. And we have, in San Luis, from CenturyLink, fiber optics in our subdivision. How does that happen without the connection to, where's that connection coming from if it isn't available to everybody else over there? Maybe that's a question I should ask them, but how do you get fiber optics there without routing it like that?
Mr. Chairman, is this what you're referencing right here, this subdivision?
Yes.
I'd have to look to see where that connection is. I'm not familiar with what the existing is. That's part of the purpose of what this project entailed was to figure out what the capacities are here, because you know that there are going to be future residential developments. There's going to be a medical mall and some other development in here. And then you have the improvements. Our goal is also to bring in GSA as the partner, because we know the port high-speed access is so limited that you know, it doesn't service what the port needs. It doesn't service what the inspection needs are. And, you know, particularly for the Gary Magrino Industrial Park as well.
I should have known you were going to come in with some sort of an economic development project to bring broadband to those areas. But I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about how can we make that service available to the general population in that area. I mean, and I hope you get in there, but this is you've given us an overview of what the economic development prospects are and how we get to service the port of entry, how to get to service the Raleigh airfield, you've given us an overview of that. But I think that I want to make sure that you realize that what I'm talking about is general. It's how can the residents of the rural areas of the county have access to this type of technology. I know that businesses, I know that as an economic development tool, it's probably necessary nowadays, but how does a regular resident in, 3E or someplace in there, how does he get access to better Wi-Fi? That's the question that I had. And again, I mean, you may get to it, but right now you've given us an overview of the economic development prospects and how you expect for it to go. And I can see some of your studies are like from 2014, 2015, and I can see where you're discussing this. But the question that I asked was, how do we as a county support the access of broadband access or better Wi-Fi access for the residents of Yuma County, for the residents of those rural areas, not for the businesses. The businesses obviously have someone like YEDC and us taking care of them. And before this year, that probably wasn't very high on my radar screen, But now I get complaints from people who can't work at home because they don't have Wi-Fi access at home that's dependable. So I'm trying to deal with that. And I don't know if you're getting there with this presentation, but you're giving us a very good oversight of what the efforts have been over the last few years to provide access to fiber optics and broadband to businesses or to future businesses. And that's really, I'm familiar with that, and maybe the rest of the board is not as familiar, but I didn't want this to become a presentation on how to get help to businesses or how to develop economic opportunities to businesses. I want the county, in this particular case, to focus on how can we get broadband access to rural residents through some effort that the county puts their effort into. And so maybe I needed to wait till the end of your presentation to get to that, but obviously this could take a while. Hold on a minute.
Mr. Chair and Paul, out in the rural areas, they have to still do dial-up, correct?
I don't even know. I don't live in a rural area anymore, but I know that people in my district are complaining that they can't work at home because.
What's dial-up?
What's dial-up? No. You know, dial-up phone. I don't think.
Do you still have to do
No,
dial-up?
Sorry, Paul. I didn't mean to throw you off that way.
You haven't
It
at
was
all.
just a comment. It opened up. I know it opened up.
I'm sorry.
But let's just wait until the end of the presentation. But I hope the presentation gets to some point
Okay,
to say,
got it.
and we think that that's where we can help the residents, because all of what I've heard so far is how we can help the businesses. And, you know, businesses have assistance.
Mr. Chairman, I'd say they both go hand in hand, because once you establish the business need, then the companies also understand that there's a market that looks like it's viable out there from which they can generate customers. Because in the end, it comes down to.
Here's where I need to stop you. There isn't going to be a market. There isn't going to be a business that's going to bring a market to a spread out situation like you have in most of the county areas. Somehow that is either going to be subsidized by us or subsidized by someone. Because if we wait for them to run a line all the way down to the port of entry and then expect them to let that line be taken out to all these different locations in the county, we're going to be here talking about it in 2025. Because that's what happened in 2015, if I read this correctly. In other words, I understand the forces of the market. And I do understand that companies like Spectrum aren't going to go out there and lay out a cable or, you know, cable the systems in areas that really don't have that many customers. It doesn't make any business sense. And that's where I think us as government can come in and help. And because of this COVID situation and because of the changes that are now happening in the way people are working, I felt that this was an opportunity for the county to step up, just like we're doing for business. But we want to step up and do it for the regular, you know, citizen that lives out in the foothills or lives out in the county areas. And this is a presentation about economic opportunity. And that is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I want you to focus a little bit in the near future in how can the county, you know, get together with Spectrum or get together with CenturyLink or get together with this so that they can start laying down the system. I mean, the city of Yuma has a good idea, which is, you know, if you are in any place in Yuma, you would have internet access because the city of Yuma is providing it for free or something like that. I'm not sure of all the details.
Anycom project.
That's right. And I suppose that's done through a network of repeaters, which is, you know, I don't know all the terminology. I should ask, you know, the IT people behind you there. But I suppose that what's happening is that people need to understand nowadays that there may have to be some towers nearby, you know, to boost the signal for some of the situations that they have. Because every time somebody brings out a tower to us for approval, you know, the whole neighborhood gets up in arms. And so maybe this is a way to let them know, look, you won't have, in a competitive environment, you're not going to get someone like Spectrum or CenturyLink to go to your area and run a bunch of lines for free so you can have access, affordable access. So what I was thinking is, can this county in some way work it out so that we can become friendly, internet friendly? Which meant to me, can we actually work on designing some sort of system in conjunction with, you know, these providers where the cost can be borne a little bit by us, a little bit by them, and so that we can work it out so people can have, you know, better internet service.
And we're also leaving out, Mr. Chair, we're also leaving out the fact that students are doing school from virtual school. And even with the new programs that they're going to set up, it's only going to be in school for 2 days and then virtual for
system.
3. It's a hybrid, right?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of and there's lots of folks in the rural areas that both East County and South County that don't have access to that, and their students don't have access to it, and it's impossible for them to do virtual learning. So
for the Yuma, the high school districts to be giving kids hotspots.
Yes, they have
Yeah, that's what they have to do with some of the areas out there. But the hotspots are only as good as the service you're going to be able to get through a regular, you know, internet access. So the hotspots are good when you have good, you know, service. It's just that you don't have to pay for it. You know, the hotspot's paid by the district. That works in some situations. What I'm referring to is situations out in the county where people live and they have to, you know, have access to internet, and they really don't, because even if they want to get it from Spectrum or, you know, CenturyLink, they can't. There's no service in that area. So that's what I'm looking at and I'm looking for. I do appreciate your presentation, and I see where you're going because I've seen the presentation before. But that's not necessarily how I approach this, and maybe I didn't make it that clear, and maybe I'm making it clear now that what I'm looking for is some sort of not a continuation of the efforts that we have taken in the past to provide economic development tools for the private sector. That's fine. You can continue doing those. I need you to focus on how can we turn this situation that we have right now, which is a bad situation, the pandemic situation, into an opportunity to provide these people with some sort of internet accessibility that is to the standard that you can use it to work from home, to have classes from home. And I know that takes a long time, Paul. I mean, I'm not thinking like, okay, well, we're going to get this done and we're going to have it in place, in the next 3 months. That normally doesn't happen. But there seems to be a lot of effort in providing the economic development, private sector, access to these things. I'm now looking at you and saying, okay, can we start working on providing broadband for regular folks? And if that takes the county to invest a couple of $1 million or something, is it worth it for us to do that? That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, and I know, I understand, and I appreciate all the presentations. But if you're not going to get there with this presentation, all you're going to do is give us an update on the economic development efforts that we have undertaken over the last 4 or 5 years. And I really don't. That's not what I wanted to hear.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we can actually transition back a slide here.
Okay.
I didn't go into great detail about the regional broadband study yet. When you look at it up here again, going back from the broadband action team, that study will make those determinations on how best to provide broadband access, high-speed internet access, because it's not only for economic development, it's for county-wide access.
Okay.
That study should be done in approximately December, so it's just around the corner when we look at the recommendations that come out from there. So I would recommend, if we're really going to look at a county investment in overall broadband or high-speed backbone infrastructure, that we wait for the details of that study to come out, look at the determining factors, and then we could probably look at some pinpoint areas to figure out how you work that. When you go back, I think I would just make the example of when you're looking at the whole broadband infrastructure, the backbone is really important because that's what creates all of those feeders that you're talking about in the access out here.
Yeah.
We can look at it, and I can just reference it from the economic development standpoint, but once you get the backbone infrastructure here, that's what allows all this residential development and some of these other areas, that medical mall, to be able to have that access.
But I have it already. So that's where I'm getting at. I already have fiber optics in that new subdivision. I already have it. So some of that stuff that they're talking about, it's already there somehow. Somehow they brought in fiber optics into that area. I have the new subdivision I developed, it's got fiber optics. So when you're talking about bringing in a trunk, which is what you're thinking about right now, I'm saying, well, how did they get there already? How do I have fiber optics and nobody else has it?
And that's a good question. I can talk with the city of San Luis to see if they know the source, but I know that'll come out as part of the
CenturyLink,
discussion.
if you want to talk to them. I mean, I pay for it. So, that's, nowadays, and let me just, I hate to be, repeating myself so often. But the fact is, some of this stuff, I know it's driven by economics, right? So I know the city of Yuma traded off probably some privacy issues, to get, a set of cameras up there and a set of, Wi-Fi's up there. I like that concept, although people may not like it. I like the concept, the fact that you're going to have all that stuff available to the general, to the residents of the city. It's just that I think as a county, we may want to be in the forefront instead of behind some study, in December that deals with the issues of service, because this is one of those situations where I think we have an opportunity to do something on our own and take the lead and take this problem that we have right now and turn it into an opportunity to help the general population in the counties, in the rural counties, in ways that don't require a study that takes 5 years to get into effect. I mean, like I said, I don't know how I got, fiber optics because it's not, I didn't ask. But when I hear you talking about trunks to get fiber optics into San Luis or to the port of entry, I said, well, I already have them. So how is that going? You know, that's what the
Seems
question.
like if it's available for you.
Yeah, it seems like if it's available for the subdivision, it's available for the medical clinic that is a half a mile away from us. And so I'm saying, and that's okay, that's fine. But my question is not about San Luis or about the area. My question is about county, out in Rowe, out in Mohawk, out in Dayton, out over here. How can the county, working in conjunction with the internet provider, expand the reach of people to get to it, or expand the availability of people to get to it? And that doesn't require for you to wait till December for a study to tell you that. That is a pretty straightforward type situation where I'm asking you, don't take the time to wait for the study. Go ahead and ask. Go ahead and ask, CenturyLink. Go ahead and ask Spectrum. Hey, what can be done to boost your signal in certain areas that are very low? That doesn't require a study. And I know that we're in government and, we have to have a study for everything, but this is COVID times, and we can do certain things that I think we would not be able to do in the past.
Mr. Chair.
Because of this. So I know you wanted to say something, so you say something.
So, Mr. Melcher, you'll look for an email that I sent you today. A company had contacted me about exactly what he's talking about. So I forwarded it to you for you to look into. Okay, I have no idea what it consists of, but that's your job.
Mr. Chair, I think, Paul, what the chair asked last time was, Susan, he wanted us, or if the county, to look into how can we get or help out the rural areas to help in the county to speed up internet, especially right now when everybody's using the schools, but using the relief grant fund. That was correct?
Yeah, well, that's what I said.
And
We have an
kinda
opportunity to put some money in it.
Yeah, that's
We're doing it for business.
what he was looking into, or trying, so that the county.
Got a deal, dude. Bring it over.
That was one sentence. I mean, I think, it didn't.
Got a deal. Bring it over.
That was one sentence.
So I was just gonna say, also get a hold of Beam Speed.
Yeah, Beam
because they do have fiber optic in East County.
Yeah,
in some places.
Yeah, and I've had complaints about Beam Speed in South County, and it's because, again, their network, they can't boost it enough. And as you probably all of us realize, the more you use it, the lower the speeds get. So maybe it's just a matter of saying, okay, Beam Speed, what do you need to boost up your service? You need a couple of towers somewhere. Maybe we have county properties out there we can use. We'll speed up the process. We need to get some solutions here quickly enough to people, not 2 years or 3 years down the road. This is an opportunity. I see it as an opportunity. People see it as maybe it's a challenge, but it's an opportunity for us to step up. And just like we're helping businesses try to get back, we need to help our constituencies get up and have access to these services. Paul.
Join the modern world.
You're great, man. The presentation is great. And if I was an economic development presentation, I'd say thank you, man. But it's not. It's how do we get these services to these people? Okay, that's the challenge. Okay.
Our kids.
Right. Do you want to finish it or?
No, actually, Mr. Chair, that was
the end of it.
Show what we've been working on from that aspect. But I would also mention from the Broadband Action Team, one of the things that we've been looking at is just what you've talked about. Those rural grants that aren't available to Yuma County because we're not rural enough have been tough. We've been accessing these plans in order to get access to additional funding for that expansion because we know there are opportunities like using the APS lines to go aerial. So I think that's what we could take there, extend that partnership not only with APS, but to look at the irrigation districts and look at beam speed and then identify those areas, say, what can we do right now in terms of providing
That's
that?
right. And that's what I would like to see, like an action plan that we can implement right away.
Okay.
Something that works quickly. There's a lot of misconceptions out there, Paul, about the areas that we're talking about being low income. They're not. They're full of farmers who make millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars in there, and they create those census tracts that basically have 90% low income people, but the 10% that make a lot of money, when you mix them up, it ends up with a medium income that is above the poverty line, and so you can't really get the funding needed for that. It's really a complex situation. I think people who are in the county assume that everybody that lives in the county is low income in some of the areas that we deal with, but in reality it's not. Some of those houses out there and some of those people who live in those areas are, they're pretty well-to-do, let's put it that way, middle class well-to-do, and they're not they're creating a situation where you can't access some of those grants and subsidies because your census tracts do not give you the numbers you need to get that, assistance. So I know it's a challenge because I've lived that challenge, but I think you're up to it. I think you can do it. And I think we as a county can do some things to help out, right?
Well, not only that, but more agriculture is relying on computers and.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
the internet as well, and that's
Yeah,
why
we
they're
could do-
putting up towers is because they need it to be able to
Yeah,
operate.
it's tough. I know it's a tough environment, for towers and, that kind of stuff. But I think it's a lot easier now that people understand that those are needed infrastructure tools to get what they want. I think in the past they saw it as it's obstructing my view of the mountains type of thing. It's impacting my quality of life type of thing. Well, they didn't realize their quality of life is now tied into the internet, and that you can't get good service because you have enough towers. So maybe this is an opportunity for us to step into that situation and maybe come up with a solution that makes sense. Okay? Thank you very much. That was a long time. Let me take a breather here. Because the next item is the Board of Equalization. And I need to recess the Yuma County Board of Supervisors and convene as Yuma County Board of Equalization. I'll open the Board of Equalization discussion calendar, and we will open it up by actually making the statement. We're sitting as the Yuma County Board of Equalization. The board will open each of the following items separately for discussion and action as appropriate. We have one item. It's action regarding petition to review of residential property valuation for Gerald W. Jr. and Lenore Lorona Stewart as assessors parcel 702-12-075, which is at 14,138 East 27th Street, Yuma, Arizona, in the assessor's office. I haven't seen you in a suit and tie for a long time, Winnie. I think you know what you're up against, right? So you came up, fully ready to go. All right. Well, the thing that happens is the assessors makes the case. Then we entertain comments from the petitioner, and then I'll entertain a motion. So you're first. Better be good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Joe Worley, Yuma County Assessor. Presenting for the Assessor's Office today will be Jay Imelt, who's one of my lead appraisers in the office. Thank you.
Oh, I know the suit and the tie. The moment he walked in, I knew it was, from the assessor's office.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To the board. My name is Jay Immelt. I am an appraiser 4 in the assessor's office. I thought I'd introduce myself and tell you a little bit since my first opportunity to speak before the board. I moved here about a year ago, April, from the Seattle area. I received my bachelor's degree from Ohio Wesleyan University in 1975. I received my law degree from Seattle University School of Law in 1977. My misspent youth was as a trial lawyer for about 12 years doing complex litigation in federal state courts, Washington, Oregon, California, Ohio. I then saw the light and became an appraiser, a fee appraiser for 23 years, doing commercial residential appraising up in the Pacific Northwest before coming down here.
Well, before you go on, let me tell you, we congratulate you for moving out of there quickly enough. Yeah. Because right now, between the protests and the fires, I think you're in the right place today.
Exactly, exactly. So with that background, and we've been here a long time, so let me just kind of cut to the chase. I think there are 4 points to make here with regard to this petition. One is the Stewarts contend that their property is landlocked. It is not, and it hasn't been. I was able to contact the engineering department, and they advised that the public roadways that access their property should be open, free, and clear, and if they're not, they'll make the arrangements to remove those obstructions that were put in place by Foothill Sand and Gravel. So that issue should be off the board. It should not affect valuation whatsoever. They have the same access that they've always had since they bought the property. Secondly, they contend that their property should be valued at the rate of the properties just to the south of them. And the problem with that is those aren't comparable properties. Those are a series of 42 parcels that are owned by Foothill Sand and Gravel, and they are aggregated for valuation purposes. So in other words, all 42 parcels are looked at as this is the value of 42 parcels total, and then it's just split by the number 42, and those values are allocated out.
Excuse me, let me ask a question. I read it, I think, but what is the value of each one of those parcels right now?
68.75 on those parcels.
Okay.
But like I say,
I know.
that's not a true
Yeah,
value.
I got it. It's just, it's an aggregated thing. I just wanted to know what their individual assessed value was.
So it's not an appropriate basis to value the Stewart's property because they're not part of the contiguous 42 parcels of the sand and gravel. It's a completely different reason, method, and purpose for those valuations that doesn't apply to them. Their parcel is valued at $11,000 an acre. It was done that way based upon sales of parcels proximate to their property that have similar issues with those properties. And that value is fully supported. It is, in fact, the value, it's a return to the correct value rather than an increase in value. The Stewarts enjoyed a windfall tax benefit due to some errors on our part that allowed their property to be valued at a much lower and unsupported rate for like 8 or 9 years. So rather than wanting to be valued like everybody else, they actually would like favorable treatment. And we don't do that.
Okay. Is that it?
That's basically it. I would respond to whatever questions the board has.
All right. Let me, and again, we've been through this before in many different cases, and the assessor has made it very clear that we could only use certain reasons to change that evaluation, and they have to be sustainable. But he also has told us that he has negotiated different, normally, most of these cases don't get to us because for some, and I appreciate the job that Joe does because he saves us a lot of this kind of discussions when you guys, get together with the applicant and work your way through the process, right? And your presentation is done, so I'm gonna hear from Mrs. Stewart, I guess, or Mr. Stewart, to see what their case is like, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions. I'll be back up.
Happy
Okay?
to.
Thank you. Mrs. Stewart? And congratulations on leaving the attorney side of things because, we really beat up on attorneys here.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Chairman Reyes and members of the board. It's odd being on this side for the first time, but I praise everything that you do. In these times, it's tough. At this time, I'm going to ask my husband, Jerry Stewart, to come up and talk about our concerns about the way we were appraised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for hearing us. I'm Jerry Stewart. Thank you. I have a little plat map here. Could you put this up?
Oh, yeah, I don't.
You have them in your packet
Yeah,
also.
we have them in our packet, so you can see it.
Is that the first one?
You will see from your plat map that our piece of property basically has the north and the west side bounded by a rocky wash. The west side is a piece of road which you cannot access from either the west road, which runs into the rocky wash, or you cannot access it from the north-south road, which has been eaten up by the gravel pit. And I was asked by the assessor, well, why didn't we say anything before? Well, we have. We have mentioned it several times to the assessor in the past that the property is landlocked. Then we were told, well, you can go up this road and that road. Well, several of us went out this weekend and we went all over the foothills, and there is no way unless you're a mountain goat or a helicopter to get to that property. And our point basically is that we would like to have fair and equitable treatment. The the property to the direct south of us, which has got more buildable area. It has no rocky wash. It also has no utilities like our property, and it has no access. Our property has been valued at 8 times the value of the property to the south. And all we're asking is fair and equitable treatment by the Board of Equalization to value our property for the same amount that the Scheckert property is valued to the directly south of us. It's a better piece of property. And it's valued at $6,875, whereas ours is $54,000. I'm sorry. $890. We would like to just have you look at our request and try to see if you can give us fair and equitable treatment.
All right.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Appreciate it. Do you have any questions?
Not really.
And I apologize. I have a bad sinus infection.
No, it's fine. No, I don't. Does anybody have any questions? I'll make a couple of statements.
Not working.
All right. Don't worry about it. We have no questions right now, I think.
Okay.
So we will talk about the case, and we'll talk loudly, so you can hear it.
Thank you very much.
Let me from the onset lay out, if you might come up here. Let me from the onset lay out the fact that I know, I've been told, I've been trained for a long time not to, really come up with some wild assessment of situations, because it really isn't just justifiable. But let me say there are two things that come to my mind that sort of help me get to where I'm going or where I'm at. One is the fact that definitely I've been in development for a long time, so I know that a property is worth what somebody is willing to pay for, right? And if you're going to build a house where there's no infrastructure, there's no water, there's no sewer, in a rocky situation, you're barking up the wrong tree. You could find much better locations to do it than this particular location. So the value of that property probably is more related to what's going on around it than anything else. In other words, the gravel company doesn't want to have, the stewards complaining about the dirt and the their lack of access and stuff. They will probably pay whatever they feel is just. So, after that. The second part of this is where you simply come out and you say something like, well, we've made a mistake over the last few years and we haven't assessed the property the way we should have. So to me, that leads me to this particular situation, which is you're sort of solving a mistake you guys made over the years in one single step. And to me, that's a little bit not necessarily fair and just. I think that the Loronas should understand their property can't be valued at the same thing that it was in 1975 when they bought it, because obviously inflation has taken place, and the $11,000 that they bought it for, maybe, or it was appraised at the time, are now $59,000 from what I read. So essentially, just the simple fact of inflation will tell you that land does not remain valued at what it was in 1975. On the other side of that is that you guys should have addressed that when you had the time to do it. In other words, if you had had an increase, and I get it from my own property that, every year the county assessor has a certain leeway in what they can appraise, and they can go beyond a certain number. Those things I'm aware of. So I guess my position is going to be, look, guys, let's just say that the Lorona should understand that property cannot remain assessed the way it is throughout 30, 40, 50 years without somebody noticing. And unfortunately, the county has noticed, and so now they're in the sight of the county assessor's office, and you're trying to solve that problem. I get that, really, I do. I feel really torn between the fact that I know that this is probably a fair evaluation, but I also know that it's not their fault. You didn't do this, gradually. So what I'm looking at, and I'm willing to do for this situation, is to set up a price that isn't $6,000, because I think that may be true, that the properties around there are $6,000, but they basically don't own the properties, and there's like 40 some of them. So that's a little bit difficult for me to see. 11,000, I don't think is also fair for the county in terms of the assessor situation. So I'd be looking at, and I think I saw that number somewhere in there, $15,000, which I think is sort of fair because it moves the value up a little bit. It gives them time to adjust because I don't think it's difficult to adjust from $11,000 and you're paying taxes in $11,000, and then all of a sudden you're going to pay taxes at $50,000. And I know that's not necessarily a good argument or a legal argument, but it's my argument.
Okay, so the problem with that argument is several-fold. First of all, at the point,
Attorney, he's an attorney. I can tell already.
So at the point in time where the Stewarts are arguing, poor us, our property's only worth $12,000, they had it listed for sale.
Well, I know, I read that, but as I try to start at the beginning. Look,
Yeah.
I try to start at the beginning by telling you that properties to me are worth what somebody's willing to pay for. Obviously, that wasn't something that was going to happen. So, you know, and I'm going to let you finish it because I think the assessor is telling me, hey, take it easy on this guy. He just get in from Seattle. He doesn't, you know, hadn't been in a
Don't ever
Yuma
take
County.
it easy on me. There's no judge in the world who has ever taken it easy on me. And
No, I'm not a
I
judge.
like that the best. I'll go tooth and nail with you, and I've done it in Supreme Courts all up and down the West Coast.
You don't
I
have
a
to.
problem.
You don't have to.
But here's the problem with the way you're thinking about this is, first of all, if you lower it to $15,000, that doesn't give them 1 penny of tax relief because you haven't taken that full cash value below the LPV. And if you don't take it below the LPV, there's no tax benefit to them.
Ooh. Are you sure you're arguing in your behalf?
I'm sorry?
Are you sure you're arguing in your behalf? Or you're just making me understand?
No. But see, this is the whole point of the LPV statute. So when we have a spike increase in the full cash value, it doesn't hurt them because their LPV is still tied to that lower rate of the 11,000. So their property only went up the statutory 5% for the LPV. It only went up from 11,000 to 11,500. That's all they're being taxed on. And it will be generations past them before it ever gets to $50,000.
Oh, all right. I understand that. That was, no, it's okay. I understand. I understand. What you're saying is you're not really assessing them taxes based on the new appraisal. I'll be, yeah. No, I know. Yeah, I know. And you know, that really confuses me a little bit because, you know, you normally want your properties to be valued higher because if you want to sell them, it's an easy argument. Somebody else appraised them higher. So I didn't understand that. So you have made a point. I don't know if the stewards understand that point, and I'm going to have her come up and see what their argument is against something like that, okay? So Lenore, you can now come up, or Jerry can now come up and argue the point about you're not arguing the LPV, you're arguing the appraisal value, right? Okay, all right. Hey, look, I'm used to it. Don't worry about it.
I'm innocent.
You're not arguing the LPV.
We're not arguing the taxes. We understand that perfectly.
Oh, okay. All right.
And we're not about to take Mr. Immelt's suggestion that we construct a bridge to our property over the wash either.
To bring
it's essentially useless property.
Yeah. So
inaccessible, no utilities.
What are you arguing for then? You're arguing for
The appraised value.
The appraised value
to be lower?
54,000.
Yeah.
And I understand perfectly.
Okay.
But I guess the bottom line is, this is the second time in almost 50 years I've ever.
Oh, so you wanted to come
before the Board of
You wanted to come
Equalization.
over in front of the board.
And the first time, I remember, we bought a house in Hedemon Gateway, which we fondly referred to as the money pit. And I came before the Board of Equalization, and Alberta Smith, bless her heart, said, "Oh, this is ridiculous. I would buy it for that." And I said, "Alberta, thank you. You just bought a house, and I got a room full of it, witnesses." So,
I just wanted to get to a point of what is it that you actually, Jerry, what is it that you guys actually want?
we're asking to have that 54,890
appraisal
lowered to a reasonable amount. And I think you mentioned even 15,000, which is
I saw it somewhere in there, but
so whatever. But certainly, we find that full cash value an excessive amount. And I'm uneasy about allowing the assessors
Oh, I see.
to get a foothold there.
All right. Okay, so.
We've been treated with,
Mhm.
like idiots with typical arrogance. I'm sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. I get it.
So we would just like to have some fair treatment from the board, please, and to lower that 54 something down to a reasonable amount, like.
You do understand what the point that I forgot your last, Emmett made about,
I
look,
understand
the tax
perfectly.
consequences are nil because your value, you're actually,
We're not protesting the taxes.
Okay. And you understand that if you get it appraised higher, the possibilities of you selling it higher are much better than if you had it appraised lower, right? You do understand. So if you wanted to sell it, wouldn't it be a better position to have it appraised higher than your value, your original value that it's given? I mean, if you wanted to sell it, because I don't know, you may not want to sell it, and that's just your choice. But if you wanted to sell it.
We're not interested in selling.
Okay, well, that's probably why it doesn't make any difference to us.
It doesn't make any difference. We find it unsaleable currently.
Yeah.
It's going to be next to a gravel pit. Buy
a piece of
a
property.
piece of
I
property
don't know, maybe
next
the
to a gravel pit.
Maybe the gravel pit people. Well, it gives us an opportunity to exercise our.
Maybe it's valued even less as a gravel
Yeah.
pit.
All right, we get it, Jerry. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. We do get, I get it. I don't know if it's the rest of the board, but I get it. You're not arguing,
No.
you're not arguing because you think your tax bill is going to go up. You're arguing because it just, it's a matter of principle, I guess, for you.
Well, you've got a
All
piece
the
of
property we've
with
owned,
no access.
we've always paid our taxes. We don't object
Okay,
to
well,
it.
I just wanted to make sure that both the assessors and yourself understand that that is a process that the assessor is basically forced to do. I mean, every once in a while, he does that to everybody. He's done it to me. So he does it to everybody. They go and appraise your property, and they reappraise your property every so many years. You just had the blessing that they never appraise yours until now. And now they're bringing it up to a point they feel is the real value, the appraisal value. I think in some ways they were doing you a favor. In other ways, they just don't understand, that you don't necessarily need that favor or want that favor. So it's for us to sort of split the baby in two and see if we can come up with something that works. All right, so you listened to the presentation from the assessor's office, you listened to the presentation from the stewards. What is the board's inclination or decision?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Mr. Stewart.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor, hold on, she raised her hand. Supervisor Pancrase.
Well, I can tell you that if your property is next to a gravel pit, the value of that property is a lot lower than if your property is not.
Developable.
Yeah, is not located next to a gravel pit. So.
All right, so what we're facing now, oh, sorry, you wanted to say something, Supervisor Mata.
I understand the arguments on both sides. What I can tell you is going from 11,000 to 54,000 overnight, it just doesn't look right, and it doesn't feel right. I completely understand what you're saying about the taxes, but let me also go there. If it had something to do with the tax bill, I would probably look at it a little bit differently, because if you're not paying your fair share, and everybody else is paying
we need to fix
more, they're covering for you. The fact that their tax bill doesn't change says, okay, why are we arguing over this? To me, I'm just going to throw out a number. I mean, I had in my mind when I'm looking at this and listening to everything, okay, what about $20,000? It's not even, it's still almost 100% increase, but it's nothing like going from 11 to 54. And then you can make incremental changes over time. But they're paying their fair share of property taxes, which is, like I said, which is where I would have a problem if they weren't. Or if they were overpaying their fair share. I mean, it works both ways. But since, I mean, that's just the number.
No, yeah, and that's the problem right there, that, the number needs to be substantiated with something. And I know that the assessor will tell you that, you just can't pull a number out of the air and say that's fair and just, that you have to have some justification. when I used the 15,000, which is what I used, I was thinking about the properties next to him, and I was thinking about, okay, maybe double that. And I tried to come up with 60, what is it, 60 something, 68, which was almost 7. So I figured, okay, well, if I get to 14 or 15, I'll be sort of taking into account some of the facts. And the facts are that you cannot remain with the property value 25 from 40 years ago or 50 years ago and think that it's still worth that much. It's even just inflation will take it up. And that's what it probably, did. So I just 15 or 20. Unfortunately, I was trying to come up with something that made some sense, and I didn't do a good job because I should have said $13,921 or something, because it would have been twice the parcels next to it, but that wouldn't have made any sense either. So, Supervisor Simmons.
Kind of agree with the Supervisor McLeod. I mean, I don't like jumping something that high, that fast. 20 seems pretty fair to me as far as the value. If they're putting the road back, ensuring that the road is putting back in to make the property accessible.
Look, like I said, I don't have any problem with 15 or 20, just that I need to tie it to something that makes some sense. And a round number doesn't seem like something you came out with a formula. A round number seems like something you pick out of the air, and that's going to create a problem in the future for us when we have to justify some of these Board of Adjustment decisions, and we come up with something out of the air. It would have been almost impossible for me to go below 11,000 because it was already 11,000, right? So I didn't want to go below and say, well, if the rest of the properties around it are worth 6,850, then that's what that property should be. But then that would reduce the tax bill, and it would create a situation that is worse than what we got right now. So I tried to come up with a number that was close enough to 11, but not too much, not too far, to sort of give you, the assessor, the opportunity to make that change gradually. In other words, and I think that the LPB, is it LPB or LBC?
LPB.
LPB. The LPB is going to start increasing to match. That's normally what I see happening. I mean, it won't remain at 11,000. It won't, because now the LPB is higher, so it's going to try to catch up. But it's going to catch up in some measure way.
5% a year.
That's right. It's going to try to catch up in some measure way. And to me, that's what the stewards need. Something that they need to know is not going to remain the same. At the same time, I feel that going from 11 to 50, in terms of the value, it's just too much of a step. I can see that just things won't remain the same. And they now know that. But whether we need them to know that with a hammer or with a tank is the difference right there. I think a hammer is maybe more, what we need to do than a tank going over that. But that's my opinion. Supervisor Porcias?
I do agree. And just looking at the other areas around there, I mean, I know some of the lots sold for very high, but to access, and like Mr. Stewart said, just the mountains on one side that there's no entrance, and you got to wash on the other side. So he is definitely landlocked. There's no entrance. But I do agree that the number just jumped overnight, like you said, and I, Mr. Chair, you know me. I call on the county when they come and say, oh, we made a mistake for 9 years and we hadn't done it, and it's just not.
Yeah,
that's not good to hear. No. Because I mean, it's one mistake and it's out there now, and how many more are out there?
Yeah.
It's just, that's.
Well,
that's
I
not
do,
good.
and I do want to make a point that the process is set up for people when they go into the situation to bring it to the evaluation. My problem has always been finding a reasonable cause, and normally we want the petitioner to bring a reasonable cause, and for us to make a decision in their favor or whatever. And I think that the arguments the stewards made are more personal and more and I understand that. It's just whether they're giving us enough leeway to come up with another number. And I think we will, from what I gather here. I mean, we will. And it's just deciding what number it is and hope that the assessor's office lives with that, and not, because I know you can. I mean, you can pursue, you have, what do you call it? You have options, when this happens. And I hope you don't make this a court case because it really isn't intended to do that. And we're just trying to figure out a way to be fair and just to everybody involved. And I think the Supervisor McLeod mentioned the fact that we're not changing the tax rates at all, or we're not changing the tax contribution at all. We're just trying to take into account the shock that might have taken place when you all of a sudden your valuation goes up to 54,000. And again, not the amount of money you're going to pay, but the simple fact that you're now being assessed, or not assessed, but you're now being evaluated at that level. And as we all well know, that it's the initial stages of an increment in the LPC, LPB. So I guess I'm ready for a motion. It's already noon, so 15 or 20. I know the county assessor is not going to like it anyway, but we're going to try to keep it. No. So
Well, the
what is it,
contiguous
guys?
Parcels were 6875. What if we do 3 times that 6875, which will put it up about 20,000 something.
21.
But it gives a basis.
I like that. At least
She
you're
said
basing it on something.
to use the basis of the property value next to it and multiply it times 3, giving us somewhere around 21,000.
Yeah, I'll move to, I mean, I like that. I think it's fair to bring down the value to 21,400.
I didn't have the numbers yet, but
6850 times 3.
6875 times 3.
875?
Yeah, no, look, I understand, Lono, you want to come up here so I can explain that to you a little bit? We're trying to come up with a number that we can sort of justify. And I know we can't justify anything, but we want to make sure that the number we come up with has some tie-in to something in that area down there. And what we're trying to do now is come up with a number. So $15,000 has been suggested by me, 20,000 has been suggested by Supervisor McLeod. What Supervisor Simmons has come up with is the fact that the properties around that area are appraised at 6850, but they're communal properties. In other words, they're properties that are together with another 40-some properties. So we can't really use that. So he's coming up with, okay, we'll multiply it times 3 and come up with 21, which is basically what he suggested, Supervisor McLeod suggested initially, and it gives us some sort of tie-in to what the properties there are.
Comes to
The thing
2625.
is that they have access, we don't.
No, we know that. I mean,
It should be a determination because
yeah.
it makes our property,
Yeah, not valuable. But I think the arguments have been made, and I think the arguments have been made that it isn't going to impact your tax rate, your tax bill. It's just going to impact your assessed evaluation, your valuation, which opens up the door for them to start incrementally going up by 5%. A 5% increase on $21,000 or $11,000, whatever that is, it's not going to matter in terms of really that much. Over time, it will. But you all need to realize that property values are not going to remain the same in the county. I mean, they're going to increase, and for the last 75 to 2020, for the last 55 years? For the last 55 years, that 11,000 stayed 11,000. And I think that what Supervisor Borges just stated is that essentially what I just said, right? This has been a situation that should have been addressed some time ago, and things should have been they should have gradually gone up. But it is a shock to go from 11 to 54. But if you go from 11 to 21, which is what we're talking about right now, you're not going to go from 11 to 21. Excuse me. You're going to go to 21,000. What's it called? Face value.
It's actually 2625.
Yeah.
oh, now it's 26.
No, 20.
no, 20,650.
20,000.
20.
20,650 going once. No, I'm just
25.
kidding.
Wait, I have a
What?
question.
20,000.
20,000 what?
I'm more concerned about your property being landlocked.
Yeah, but look, if you guys don't want to get into the details of that, because then we will start to determine a value based on facts that aren't necessarily applicable to the situation. This is an appraisal based on some time going by, and if you try to sell that property, look, let me just be blunt, but if you try to sell that property for what was it?
139.
139 a few years ago. I don't remember how many years ago, so I'm not looking at that specifically. But as I said initially in the presentation, Lenore, a property really value is what somebody's willing to pay for it. Now, that doesn't mean that a person may build a home. It may mean that the gravel company may just want to, get rid of a problem and, just buy it from you, and they could offer you anything. I mean, they could offer you 20, they can offer you 25, they can offer 100. That would be if you wanted to get rid of it. So we're not trying to get to the point of what it's really worth, because if we do, then we got to get into the arguments about, how much can it sell for. And that's really a little beyond what we're trying to do. What we're trying to do here is sort of, I use the expression split the baby, but it isn't really applicable. What we're trying to do is come up with a sensible process that takes into account what the county assessor is going through and what you guys are going through, and come up with some sort of solution that basically you're going to be left in the same place you were before in terms of the property taxes. But we're going to have to acknowledge that that property is going to be appraised higher because of time going by. Not necessarily because you can use it for a house or something. And if you can't use it for a house and can't use it for anything else, then you need to reassess in your mind why you want to keep a piece of property you can't use for anything.
But is that fair compared to the piece of property we told you?
Well, yeah, but the piece of properties that you told us are part of a 43 parcel situation. In other words, they're probably owned by the same person, right? The gravel company. So, this works against you if you mention the fact that all the properties are valued less, because what happens is that's what they would use to say, we'll go buy you property. Really, the rest of the properties are valued at $6,850. It's really difficult to come up with a number that fits everyone, because we can't go and say that your property is worth $6,850 because it's like a group evaluation split into 43. But we also can't say that I don't want to say your property is worth $54,000. I mean, that's just too much, and it happened too fast. So what we're trying to do here is find a way to give you the certainty that your property isn't going to go. Because, if we went back and voided today, everything today, then the assessor gets to come back next year and try to do it again. Because really, unless he's willing to accept that, he can challenge that anytime. So I'm trying to figure out a way that we can come out of this meeting, giving you guys the victory, if you want to call it, of having your property assessed at a lower, much lower value than they're giving to you.
40,000.
Yeah. What? No. Oh, 20,000. He said 20,000. It's just his mouth is covered. Yeah, I know. It sounded like 40. But no, it's 20,000. It's $20,625.
Yeah, it's a $35,000 drop in what you were assessed.
Yeah,
That's what
that's 20,000. And I don't know. I came up with 15 for some reason. I don't remember why, but I know.
Mr. Chair, just looking and hearing the number, Supervisor Russell McLeod said 20, and you said 15. And then with Mr. Simmons brought looking at the other lots, and if we really want to do it fair, we can compare. It's almost 5 lots. The other lots are 2 lots, which I added 2 lots, and it came out to 13,740 plus one more acre. It's 5 acres. It comes out to 16,175.
So
That'd
if
be
you
my
have
motion.
16,175.
175.
Can I interject something?
You sure you can?
The problem you're getting into here, aside from you're just pulling a number out of the air.
But not anymore.
Is that
See,
those
that was the
lots
problem.
to the south are valued on a per site basis. And Stewart's lot and the lot to the north of them, which is identical and equally affected by the wash, are valued on a per acre site, okay? So you're mixing apples and oranges, and it's gonna cause us problems down the line. It's gonna, if either of the parties appeals this, it's gonna come back to haunt, because it's not a supportable decision. I don't want you guys to.
You think it's supportable? Now, let me ask you a couple of questions then to make sure that I understand what you're coming up with. You're saying you used these other ones to price this.
No.
But now you're saying you didn't.
No.
You're saying you didn't use the southern portion, the southern lot.
Southern ones? No, absolutely not.
Then why are they there? Why are they here? What,
Why
what's the
are they
purpose?
where?
Oh, well, the supervisor,
Presentation.
In the presentation,
Yes.
because Stewart said, we want you to value it based upon the lots to the south.
oh, well,
And I
then
said-
that's their argument then.
That's their argument.
Okay.
And perhaps
Well,
this
fine. At least
illustration
they have an argument.
would make it clear, a little bit more clear. If I could pass up a couple of photos.
This.
One is a, may I pass this to you?
Mm-hmm.
May I pass this
Now, this case is one of those cases that no matter what we come up with, there's going to be questions about it.
Well, I think
that
Darren
Supervisor
had the right
Pancrazy
approach.
has is,
I would have
shows
taken any of
the
their
lots, the checkered lots. And you'll see it's one large group of properties. And that entire, that
Pass one
property,
back.
those are copies of the same
Lynn,
picture.
pass one back.
Oh, just, yeah, there you go, sorry about that.
You guys are hoarding it.
So,
They're the same
those,
one.
that parcel is, that's just one parcel. That's how that's valued. That lot to the south of the Stewarts is not worth $6,875. It's probably worth $40,000, $50,000, but it's getting an allocated value based on the whole. Now, there's other parcels out of those 42 that may be only worth 20 bucks, but they're being valued at an allocated value too. So you be
In other words,
very
you-
cautious about mixing.
Using that. Be very cautious of using that example to
Yeah.
justify your decisions.
The other thing is,
I think-
we provided sales.
That's right.
I mean, this isn't, we didn't come up with a number out of thin air. We provided sales of properties proximate to the subject property that have the same issues.
Yeah, we get it. You don't have to redo your presentation.
No,
We
thank you.
understand that, okay? And we understand, and I understand totally, that we have to have some sort of a reasonable approach to this thing, that some argument that somebody made convinced us. And obviously, the argument that was made, and you made it clear to me, by the property owners is that they would like to have the property be comparable in price, I guess, to the southern portion, to the southern lots. And your argument is that's not even, connected, or that's not even remotely, the approach is, you guys went too far out of the realm of, reasonableness. And so the only reasonable approach that Supervisor Simmons came up with was, okay, well, let's price it 3 times as one of those, which is, again, just another reason. It's not necessarily, but in your particular opinion, it makes, well, no, I shouldn't ask you for your opinion, but it makes more sense to do something with something that's next to it than it does to jump over to the southern portion or something that's unrelated to this particular parcel. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So we have two approaches here. One is the one Supervisor Porchas has mentioned that puts the value at 16,000 something. I don't remember anymore.
175.
175. And the other one that connects this property to 3 times the value of one of the single properties that are part of the 42-acre situation that makes it 20,675 or 25.
Right.
All right. So, look, there's a motion. He made it a motion.
There was no second.
There was no second yet. Okay. So, is there another motion that we can get into?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we take the approach that Supervisor Simmons came up with. I like the way that it ties in. It's not arbitrary. It has.
Can I ask you a question? You and representative of, I know that any decision, come up to the podium. I know that any decision we make, it's going to be questionable to begin with. I just want to make sure that we don't get into a situation where it is so removed from reality that you guys are going to feel like it's going to have a negative impact on everything, and you may feel yourself forced to appeal it. I don't want to, drag the stewards through another process or drag you guys through another process. So I know you can't just simply say, yeah, we like it, or yes, okay. But I do want to ask the question, is that something workable?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, only in the spirit of reconciliation, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Simmons's idea of bringing up 3 times the value of the property to the south is okay with me only to the point of this reconciliation We, as the assessor's office, do not believe that that value is the market value of this property. We believe that the market value is as we stated in our report, okay? Our report showed other similar properties in the subdivision that have similar problems and things to overcome. The Stewart's property is not landlocked. It has legal access coming from the north or from the south and from the west, okay? The problem that they have is that the physical access to it is not there. They would have to build a bridge across the wash in order to come in and have physical access to that property. So in that spirit of trying to come up with a cost to cure, okay, I'm willing to accept Supervisor Simmons's suggestion that this be an intermediary value until such time as there's other market data in the neighborhood that will prove that this property is in fact worth as much or more than we have it currently valued at.
Thank you.
Okay?
I like that answer.
Yeah, I like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess we're gonna call it the reconciliation motion. So you made a motion, can I have a second?
And Mr. Chairman, one other thing I need to add is that your decision today will last for 2 years.
I know that, and that's what the problem was, but I mean, at least it
So
said
this
something.
value will hold for 2 years. After that 2-year period is up, we have the opportunity to look at the property again and look and see what's going on with the marketplace in that neighborhood again, okay? And come up with a new assessment, and we could be back talking about this again in 2 more years.
Not you,
okay?
if I gotta know.
But it gives us 2 years to come
For
up.
market data.
For more market data,
Yeah, perfect.
okay?
No, it's not
Second.
perfect.
Second.
Now,
Yeah,
and before we go there, though, the limited value does not freeze. The limited value still continues to
I know.
rise
We know that.
statutory
I mean,
5%.
You know, and I think I can.
Okay, got it.
All
I just
right.
wanted to make sure that it was
Yeah.
on the record that will happen.
Yeah,
That's a
all right.
mechanical process.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Mr. Worley?
It's a note telling you to get out.
I'll call you about that later.
All right, so, thank you very much, and, I mean, I hope everybody understands what we're trying to do here. We're trying to, in some ways, find, a reasonable approach to it that is not offensive to the assessor's office or something that makes it for more fighting and, you know, kind of settles things down. I know that this is like the decision on the water transfers, it's not gonna please everyone, but it's something that, we like to do and help out. And this is actually, may not seem like it, guys, but it is helping to move the process forward with less controversy. It's just one way that I think we can get past this. So there's been a motion and a second to set the market value at $20,625, and it's based upon that analysis, well, not analysis, but that formula that Supervisor Simmons found. And let the record reflect that although the county assessor is not totally happy with it, he can live with it. So let's move on. I wanted to put that on the record, just in case. So all those in favor of the motion signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Leave the stewards alone, man. I'm just kidding. Guys, thank you very much.
Those are hard to work through.
Yeah, that was it.
Christie has.
The second was Mr. Porches. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. Now, we had a presentation on the planning and zoning agenda, I think, next.
I'll let that lady speak.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll let her speak. We're about to get done and go into executive session. The presentation, actually, for the regular public hearing, it did say that per Juan, staff will request the item to be continued to the next agenda. So thank you for staying as long as you had, just to let us know, but we're not having the public hearing items. Make sure that the advertisement fits, with the timeframes, because I don't know because this is a public hearing, continuing it to another late, it may be a problem for the next agenda. It may not be enough time for the publication.
You don't want to hear it?
No, I want to hear it, but
Mr.
there may
Chairman,
not be enough time to republish.
You can continue this to a date and time certain.
All right, so we're continuing,
talking about.
I'll entertain a
What have we
motion to
done?
continue this item, rezoning case number 2013, to the agenda of 9/21/20. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's been a motion and second to continue the item to a date certain, all right, which is the next scheduled meeting. Thank you very much, guys, for staying. Before we get into legislative issues, I'd like to give the lady an opportunity. I know you've been here for a long time, and I'm sorry, but I try to move the process along as fast as I can, but sometimes, you know, it just goes this way, and we have to listen to all this. Yeah, you can come up. You need to give us your name. We don't necessarily need your address or your social security number or anything else, just your name, and if you want us to respond to whatever, you know, just give Christy or the administrator your address or method of contact, okay? All right, so.
My name's Jennifer Mindoff.
Mhm.
This is the third time I've approached you. I did a call to the public on the 27th of July,
Wow.
asking for some more access to the county advisory committee.
Which is?
And asking also for the consideration of drop boxes, both in response to the elections that are coming up.
Oh, so we're talking about drop. Oh, yeah, Jennifer, I remember your email.
said my name
All right,
twice.
yeah, yeah, I now know. I stay there because that's where the camera is focused. But let me tell you that the elections department is going to come up for their report on the next meeting that we have. I've asked the administrator to bring in Robin and the Mary Fontes to come in and give us sort of like an update on what's going on with the drop boxes, what's going on with the process itself. And because we understand that she may be having trouble finding poll workers, those kind of things. And we'd like to know early enough what the preparations are to conduct this election. We're as worried as you are. And I think the last time she came in and clear out some of those issues for us. But in that particular case, I think you may want to be here during the next meeting so you can listen directly to what they have to say. And if you want me to ask some specific questions, make sure that Christy gets them so that, you know, so that we get to ask it and so that we get an answer directly, okay? And you can be here and I will open it up so that you can ask the questions yourself if there's something in there that you want to know.
So that's what?
That's the 21st.
Yeah.
20. Yeah, well, because the meeting date came on holiday, so we moved it 2 days. So it's less than, that's why I was asking about advertisement, because normally when we have a posted item that gets moved, if it's not moved to a specific date, it has to be reposted. So, and because it was on a Wednesday, this is not the normal day. But
I just approached the advertisement issue.
there you go, right there, okay.
Right here?
Yeah, because the cameras need to see you. Well, not your back, but
The
the
microphone.
front. Yeah, there you go.
And the microphone is right there in front of you, so that long bar is your microphone.
Yeah.
So Mr. Melcher was kind of a segue into why I am worried about this, particularly with respect to advertising. I think it's late at this point to affect the elections with many of the ideas I have.
Oh.
I mentioned before botched elections. I've seen 2 botched presidential elections, 12 and 16, where people were definitely disenfranchised. You've been aware of the point that a lot of people in Yuma County don't have access to the internet. I read the statistic, it's 26%. So we need to advertise in order to avoid the problems that are coming with COVID, potentially, and not getting enough of the elderly people working the polls. I try to access the recorder's, I don't know, plan, but it's not really my business in the context of calling the people that are very helpful with questions about the registration, which I'm usually involved in. So with respect to advertising, I asked, how do you usually advertise? And the clerk told me, well, we give our information to the county supervisors. And you're online, but 26% of our people don't get that information. And I said, do they need help with advertising? And I can help. And they took my name, and I never heard again. I'm very willing to pay for newspaper ads, which is more traditional for people who are unemployed and struggling, but they kind of need to be put in soon. I give up on the drop boxes, but the fact that there's no access to the election advisory committee really leaves me flustered about how to access them on the 21st. It'll be kind of late, and I don't know, is it even possible to have a meeting before then?
A meeting for us or a meeting for? Let me let me explain that a little bit, because I think I need a little clarification. When you say have a meeting, what do you mean? A meeting between who?
They have, I don't understand the exact relationship between you and the recorder.
Well, let me explain it before you go on. We try it as much as possible not to get involved in the election process, as we normally have to run in the election. So there's a very, very delicate line that we walk through. We're involved in trying to make the election happen in the best manner possible. But we're not in any team or the committee that basically advises the recorder or the elections department. We do give directions when we feel.
There is an elections committee.
The Elections Advisory Committee is maybe.
And that's what you're referring to? Okay, so I just wanted.
Someplace I would be allowed to discuss and bring things to a forum, and it feels like it's a very closed situation. I know you're all politically oriented, and it's a sensitive issue, so is the recorder, actually. As a citizen, I've made a point for the last few years of just being nonpartisan. This is definitely concerns everybody, and the advertising so that old people like me don't have to go and risk our lives when tons of young people are out of work and they would love to go and work the polls. Well, theoretically, among a number of suggestions are not available. There's no format available for me to make them. So sure, I will be happy to give you the points for the 21st, but I was here on the 27th, and you asked, can I get back about that 14 points she was bringing forward? As a citizen, I was thinking, yeah, why don't I get to know those? She said there's going to be a surprise, and I'm very happy with our recorder. She's hardworking, she's underpaid, she's conscientious, she's polite, but one person can't do all of this, and it feels closed. I don't know how to access them. So I'm happy with the 21st, but I think that from your nonpartisan perspective, as citizens, we are getting close to a deadline. We're dealing with COVID when we talk about advertising for workers. We don't know if the second wave is going to come that they talked about for a long time. None of us, including the health department, knows. But we can protect our little community and make sure whatever nonsense happens in this country, it doesn't happen here. There is no reason why we can't have our polls, our voting centers manned. And unfortunately, now I guess we can't have drop boxes. It's pretty darn late for them to ask for money for that, but
well, no,
why do I have to wait till the 21st?
Sure.
Jennifer, I think if you do give your information and contact number to Susan Thorpe, our administrator, and she'll give it to Robin. I'm sure that Robin will contact you, and you can talk to you can talk to Robin, and you can talk about the polls, workers, and all that. Maybe she already has a plan, but So
if I give my number to
Susan,
her, Robin might call me back.
She'll call you back. Are
you going to guarantee me?
Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah, I guarantee you she'll call you back.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to talk to her
Thank you
and tell
for
her.
fitting me in.
No, I'm sorry. We didn't. I'm sorry for making you wait that long, but
thanks for waiting.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll probably see you on the 21st as well.
Thank you.
Right.
And Jennifer.
Yeah, we can't get into a
give
lot
her
of
the
discussion.
information.
That's what the point. I think that you're lucky that the county attorney wasn't here, because I think, he would have told us, wait a minute, you can't talk about anything. But, thank you very much for allowing us to digest here. Yeah.
Susan is right here. If you, there you go.
Okay, so now the next thing is the legislative thing, report. Yeah. Well, you may be able to give, I'm just going to stop right there.
This will be very short. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Melcher, Director of Economic Development and Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Chair, I have two updates for you. The first one is, do you have a PILT letter in front of you?
Yeah.
Just for the board's consideration. The National Day of Action for PILT is tomorrow, and the end of the fiscal year is coming up for the federal fiscal year. That would be September 30. So it's just one of those beginning actions to send off letters to all of the Congress at this time as they're looking to develop the federal budget for next fiscal year to include the continuation of PILT, not only for one additional fiscal year, but for the out years as well.
You have a master for our signature today?
I've seen the one that was, but that's,
I want a master.
but the
I'm
master,
ready
it
to
means the
sign it.
original that we can sign. Do you have the original?
Yes. I get
All
that
right.
for you.
All right, before we leave, let's make sure that we sign that, okay?
Thank
All
you.
right.
And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to provide the board the update on the GSC Farm LLC transfer to Queen Creek. As we had sent out the update last Friday, the Department of Water Resources had tentatively made the recommendation to the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Interior to approve the transfer. Actually, but it was at a reduced rate. So instead of the full 2,000 some acre feet that was requested, only 1,075 acre feet was approved. As we move forward, we had a meeting.
I do want to make sure that we get that right, because this is the recommendation of the ADQ director, but the BLM people.
Bureau Reclamation.
Oh, Bureau of the Interior. Is it the Interior?
It would be BOR and the Department of the Interior, yes.
So that's still, that decision has that decision been made yet?
So I'll get to that really quickly.
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, that was the decision that was made, but the full allocation that was requested by Queen Creek wasn't approved. So as the process moves forward now, the recommendation from the Director of Water Resources goes to BOR and the Department of Interior for review, and it could be approved or denied or modified.
Okay.
So what we're looking at right now is the consideration for when to take action in terms of how the county could move forward along with the other stakeholders and objecting to the transfer as we have already. So actually we're going to wait and see was the determination from the group. And I would say that the group this morning included our state representatives and senators. It also included all the representatives from the various water districts here locally. It included county supervisors from Mojave and La Paz, and included the mayor of the city of Yuma. So there was a broad spectrum of those who were attending the meeting, and that was the general discussion, is that we're going to wait a couple weeks to see. The Bureau of Reclamation has two avenues that it can take. The first one is that it could look at it from a contractual basis and just say the Bureau is generally in favor of this as a contract, we'll move forward, and it would have a comment period attached to it through the Federal Register. The other aspect of it is they might look at the amount of water that's being transferred and say it needs either an environmental impact study or a full NEPA study. So until that determination is made, it's the recommendation of the group to wait to see what avenue the Bureau takes, and then that way we could start formulating responses based on that. And so, Mr. Chair, that's my quick and dirty.
I don't know about the dirty part.
That was the 10 o'clock meeting this morning?
There will also be another meeting this afternoon at 3:30 as a recap. Mr. Noble said that he sent the notices to Supervisors McLeod and Pancrase. If the other ones would want, I'll check to see if I got that notice as well, and we could distribute it.
I got it too.
Okay, he might have sent it to all of you. He had just mentioned that he had sent it to the supervisors, so.
Were they aware that, Mr. Chair and Paul, were they aware that we were in a meeting?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I let Wade, Mr. Noble know yesterday, and that he did record it, so.
Okay.
Good, okay.
So, Mr. Chair, that is my legislative update for the day.
All right. Any questions from Mr. Melcher? If not, thank you, Paul. Just make sure you get that original so we can sign it before we go. I just got a message from the county attorney. He said that he tried to stop me, but it was too late.
I thought that discussion was fine.
I know. He sent me a message. I tried to stop you, but I couldn't get there in time. So, the next item in the agenda is the current events and calendar. We know we have an executive session. I know that. So I'm just gonna get through the meeting things, and then we'll get to executive session and after that. Okay. So any report from any one of you? You gonna start?
Yeah, I'll start. I attended the YMPO Audit Committee meeting. I attended YPIC performance evaluations. I attended the public transit in our community. They have consultants that they've been working with, and they wanted some comments, so I attended that and gave them some comments. I attended my co-ad meeting. I attended the Ag Tech follow-up with the Department of ADQ. I attended a webinar from the Arizona Chamber of Commerce, and it was the county attorney for Maricopa and the stuff that they're just starting, we've been doing right along as far as some of the helping those people who are nonviolent drug offenders get rehab instead of jail time. It was interesting, but we already do it. I attended the monthly youth leadership meeting for YPIC. I attended the YMPO meeting. I attended the Yuma Chamber Transportation meeting, and I attended another update about ag tech with ADEQ. Those are what I attended.
All right. Supervisor McClung?
Yeah, I think all of this was via web meeting, USDA web forum, and it's amazing the types of grants that are out there by the USDA for local government, for businesses, farms. It was mind blowing. There is so much going on.
You know, I do want to clarify that. It is mind blowing. It is mind blowing because I think a lot of people do not understand just how broad the reach is into housing, into infrastructure, into sewer, water. I think that's what makes it mind blowing. So when you were saying that, I was actually mumbling, not wide enough, and so you know, it's just kind of one of those moments where, you know, we try to build some farm worker housing in San Luis, and we were the only application in the state of Arizona, and it wasn't complete, and we couldn't redo it. So I'm going like, oh, come on, people, you know, how are you gonna do that? So it's just a very broad organization that has a lot of rules that have been settled on time, that not a flexible enough one, according, and you know, if you ask me, but then again, I don't want to overstep that. So
Well, yeah, you're right. Even for the housing authority, there's grants available to them. It is very, very broad. Attended an elections webinar put on by the Capital Times. Water and Tribes webinar. You talk about complex issues. Ooh.
Yes, it is.
Man, it just, it was a fascinating webinar and very educational. Attended the CSA Executive Committee and also a webinar on counties investing CARES Act funds. And so after an hour and a half of my time, I realized
it just doesn't.
They were all counties over 500,000 that got direct funds.
Yeah.
I was hoping to learn something else that we might be able to do, but that did not pan out.
Yeah.
I kind of tuned them out the last 30 minutes.
I did. Oh,
there was no nexus, nothing we couldn't do. I mean, they're doing some amazing things with the money, helping people, but
nothing we could do.
Nothing we can do.
Right, Supervisor Simmons?
I had several meetings with constituents out in Foothills and East County and trying to get back into meeting person to person instead of on the phone. I hate that.
Good luck.
Attended Foothills Rotary meeting this last Wednesday. Also, East County lost one of their longtime farmers out there, Jerry Cullison.
Oh, really?
Here a couple of weeks ago, and had the honor of attending the funeral for him. Like I said, he was a large, longtime supporter of FFA countywide. I mean, just, you know, he just.
I hope you mean he was a big supporter, right?
Huh?
I hope you mean he was a big supporter. He didn't weigh 350 pounds, right?
No.
Okay.
So, but like I said, lost a good man out in East County. And that's about it.
Supervisor Porchas.
I attended the YMPO meeting and also been meeting with the City of Somerton and San Luis about the census. And they're still not, the numbers are still low. So if you know of anybody that hasn't done it, let them know, because it's important.
Aren't they sending out people door to door now?
They are, but I mean, some people won't even open the door. I mean, it's still that critical in some areas.
All right. Got it?
Yep.
I just want to mention a couple of things that I think I've already touched a little bit on. One, I got contacted again by the Office of Grijalva, who wanted to know if we had any needs that they could support with this COVID, which is something that Paul didn't probably mention, but there's talks about another COVID relief bill coming out of Congress. And obviously there's a lot of well, controversy or talk or division about how big it should be and whether it should cover this and that. But in the bill, in the slim bill, or the, I don't know what they call it, but the short bill or slim bill that they're trying to pass, there is assistance there for cities and counties included in the Republican bill. And so Grijalva continually calls up, or his office calls up and says, okay, well, what are you guys going to need? Do you need any assistance? And it's really, really difficult for me to tell them, you know, we don't. But, you know, that's kind of like, okay. And then we talk about the fact that we don't have broadband support or something. And I'm thinking, well, you know, I'm maybe too quick to say that. And I guess what I'm getting at is it may be necessary for us to sort of have a meeting and discuss, okay, is there something we could do given additional assistance? Are there projects we could fund? Because, you know, in government, sometimes having a ready-to-go project works for you. And I remember that happening last time we had one of those situations where the government wanted to spend money. And it seems to me like, I don't know if they want to spend money. I think it's just one of those things where Supervisor McLeod mentioned the opportunities there are the countless opportunities there are to apply for funds. And I'm telling you, sometimes when it comes to government funding some projects, the opportunity is there only if you're ready to take it. And so, while I'm not saying that we have some need that is in front of us right now, if that bill goes through and there's funding to come, I certainly would like to get as much as I can to benefit the residents of this community. I know that there's some philosophical differences between some of us about spending money that should be going to our grandkids. I hear that from Supervisor McLeod all the time.
Oh,
The
he's
fact of the
saving
matter,
a lot of money to pay.
that's right, he's saving a lot of money. But you know, I'm getting all these calls from, you know, Congressman Grijalva saying, you guys don't need anything. It seems like we're not like typical, right? We're not, you know, and we're not. And I think that's great, you know, but I would say to Susan and to staff, maybe we ought to start looking at some high-ticket item that we can get to help the residents of the county, like internet access or something like that, as projects that can be done if we had the resources to do it. I hate to miss an opportunity to get some of this assistance up to the residents of the county that need it. I mean, I know we're doing enough for business, but election support, some of those things, I think that you know, they may play, we may not necessarily see that need right now, because I think overall we're in decent shape, but there may be an opportunity to do something. So I wanted to put that out there. The other two is I met with both the Council of Mexico and the Mayor of San Luis to discuss the continuing restrictive way that the Homeland Security is acting in the border. They have now restricted even further and, you know, reduce even further the lanes that people can use to come across, creating long lines of people trying to get back to the United States, especially at some particular times of the day. Now, while I agree that some of those measures were necessary back 3 months ago, 4 or 5 months ago, when this whole thing was just started and it was going up, I find it very difficult to reconcile the administration's policy of getting back to normal, when getting back to normal in the border means that the crossing is a little more normal. You know, we have sort of gone through a process of restrictions, more restrictions and more restrictions and closings, and, you know, like, you know, we're not going towards a normal situation. We're moving away from a normal situation in the border, and I'm afraid that some of the economic impacts are not being necessarily, you know, passed on to the administration or to people in those positions. I question the additional restrictions on something that's already been pretty much restricted. I mean, people with visas haven't been able to come across the border for 4 or 5 or 6 months. Now the restrictions apply to most people that are U.S. citizens or resident, people who have the legal authority to be in this country. And you know, people get offended because we make them put on a mask. I mean, they should be offended that they're not allowed to travel freely between the two countries, U.S. citizens I'm talking about. So anyway, I made that point because both the mayor of San Luis and the council, the Mexican council, the reason I addressed that issue with him is because Mexico's also taken steps to restrict. And I think that in some particular way, when they talk about it at the upper levels, they talk about it as a joint effort to restrict the flow of people across both sides, because the Mexican side blames the American side for the increase in cases, and and the American side blames the Mexican side for the increase in cases. And I keep telling everybody, look, I do understand the drive to try to restrict this, but let me tell you, illnesses or sicknesses or virus or bacteria do not know anything about a border. And, you know, anytime you cross across the border, anybody that crosses across is risking something when they come back. And the same thing applies to everybody that crosses to this side and goes back to the other side. And borders have been that way since I remember. And I think that some of the decisions that are being made with proper consultation, and they're being made based on some sort of fear that while it's, you know, while prevention is a good way to deal with this situation, it doesn't necessarily feel, as I mentioned before, normal to restrict, you know, even further restrict, you know, the flow of people across the border. But then again, that's my opinion. So I had a bunch of other things. Fortunately, I forgot about it. So, you know, let's go on. We have an executive session to take care of, and hopefully we can take care of it in a few minutes. I would ask that anybody that doesn't... Susan, your report, I'm sorry.
Again?
I'm sorry again. In my zeal to move the process forward, I forgot you had a report to give.
Yes, so my activities included the NACO, Deferred Compensation and Retirement Advisory Committee, on which I serve for the National Committee. Yuma County was named a winner for the Aspire Awards, only one of 2 counties in the country to receive that for its efforts to increase employees' contributions to their own retirement. So I'm pleased about that. I attended the Chamber Board meeting, which was the last one for John Cordes, and met his replacement coming into the chamber. We had our bi-monthly city and county managers meeting in Yuma County, and we're staying in contact. We all participated in the census challenge, and my understanding is that Somerton ended up winning that. But we did very well. We did 21.6%.
It was probably the message I sent out. Yeah, you're right. It was probably the message I taped. It must have been that, really.
I attended the YMPO meeting by Zoom, and then subsequently gave advice to the executive director about how to go through a property acquisition, which the YMPO is considering right now for their offices. I attended the YSIPTA meeting, and we're actually having a discussion because YSIPTA is receiving $9 million in CARES Act funding, and their entire year operations is $4.5 million. That we talked about the possibility of eliminating the contributions by the member agencies for 1 year to give us relief since they have so much money coming in from CARES. We're going to have that discussion further at the next meeting, so I'll keep you updated. I attended the Arizona Border Counties Coalition meeting, and that was very interesting. I provided an update to you by email. And then the county managers meeting last month, attended that, and there's another one this Friday. So look forward to talking with my colleagues about the latest going on there. And we're also keeping PSPRS changes on the front burner, and I'll be getting more information to you along with Gil Villegas very soon.
Thank you.
That's my report.
I have a comment. No, not a comment. I just want to ask the rest of the board. It's almost 1 p.m. and what we've got in executive session is discussions about options to build a new building. Well, this is real estate. It doesn't matter. I mean, we need to be open about this. The question that I have for you is, do we really need to deal with that today? Can we just, why?
Yes.
We have, the architect came in from Tucson to give the presentation.
Oh, is he here?
Waiting for us to go into
Oh, okay then. Okay, well, that answers that question. You know, my particular opinion on this was that this is the kind of situation we want to spend some time with. And at 1 o'clock and lunch being in front of us, I felt, okay.
If you would like to go to lunch and come back, I think it's important to have this meeting, but if you want to do
No, it's important to have this meeting. I didn't realize there was somebody from Tucson here. So let's bring him in. All right.
So those who are not here for executive session are be asked to leave.
Right, Jennifer, thank you very much, and everybody else, Ian and everybody else.
Mr. Chairman, you're still in an open meeting, so you shouldn't be excluding.
Bring him in. What?
You shouldn't be excusing the public yet.
Oh, I need to advise the people. All right. Advising people in the public that you can remain here until the end of the meeting outside, and you'll be asked to call back in if a decision is made.
I would suggest that when you do have your motion to go in executive, that you go into executive and announce that you're going to adjourn in executive.
All right, so I am advising everyone that is waiting here that once we finish the executive session, we're going to adjourn the meeting because there won't be a decision made on the executive session because we don't have an item in the regular agenda to make a decision on. So we're going to go into executive session. It will take us maybe 3 hours. And so, you know, after